and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardroom Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
Of the Instagram bio of Wardroom Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster? Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I want my
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardroom Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
Of the Instagram bio of Wardroom Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I want my
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have the first match on the North East Underdogs Tournament between Team Eliminators and Team IGN. Both of these teams have not had the best form in this tournament so far, but tonight they will have the chance to redeem themselves, as you know they're facing against each other. So yeah, with that being said, it's me, Fredo, alongside me is Ray, and we are going to take you straight into the draft.
What's up, everyone, and to all the lovely audience that has tuned in, good evening again, and of course, welcome to Waterm Games Presents Northeast Underdogs Tournament. But anyways, just like Fredo said, this is the first match of the evening between Team IGN and Team Eliminators, and I feel like, IGN, they, as well as Eliminators, both of them have not been able to be at their best form. They are kind of I would say in their redemption arcs right now, but I feel like IGN is a little bit closer compared to Team Eliminators, which has been facing a lot of difficulties against all the other teams. So IGN, I feel like they're still a little stronger than Eliminators at this point, but maybe we can see something new tonight, Fredo.
Yep, of course, Eliminators are also a very, very good team. So, we'll be expecting them to retain back their form, right? Once they've, fallen down, the winners usually get back up. So, Eliminators have been winners every time. So, we'll be expecting them to have the same mentality and come back. But if they don't, we will have answers to the questions that have been, wondering in everyone's minds about Eliminators' recent form. But for now, we're looking at the bans, and as you can see, Ray, the Farsa and Granger, a huge advantage already in terms of draft secured by IGN.
Yep, going for the full-on range, and I think I don't like to say things like set in stone, but the Farsa right now into this meta has been showing again and again that she's a really huge menace to be messed with. And obviously, Witch onto that Farsa, I think that might be a little bit too difficult for Team Eliminators to deal with, especially because I feel like Beard recently hasn't been up to his game most of it because I feel like the meta is has been a little bit, what do you say, unforgiving to him. So I feel like he needs to find his spot again. Previous patch, I feel like he was doing really good, quite consistent, but right now he's not been able to give the best performance, which suffering from the same fate. But I feel like the Farsa is something more of a comfort pick for him, and he's doing really good because obviously that's what he really likes to play. Long range, staying away, and creating zone. That's basically his specialty, the Yves, the Novare, and right now the newly buffed Farsa.
Yep, the newly buffed Farsa as well. We know Witch likes to take those controlling mages, but so does Bid. So it will be a really interesting mid lane matchup here in this match between Team Eliminators and IGN. And if we take a look, they have decided to go with the glue here. Glue is a very good pick, especially against a Phobius, right? So EXP lane matchup going to be interesting as well. So far, the only thing that I want to mention is that, we did see that Fate has the ability to outplay, even if there's a Irithel on the other side. Even if we know that the Irithel is a natural counter for the Ranger, he just outplays sometimes, and we might be seeing the same thing happen tonight as well. But we all know Fate and Aaron, both of these, a lot of people have their eyes on them. They have been in the spotlight for quite some time, especially because of the goal lane meta.
Yeah,
What do you
definitely.
think? What do you think, though? Tonight might be the outcome of this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting overall, right? Still, Aaron and Fate, both of them really like to play against with the Granger, but this time around, Fate is not going to be able to get it. But I feel like Fate also kind of suffers a little bit on to that Irithel, because Irithel playstyle is extremely different from, what do you say, a Granger, right? So Aaron will be in the comfort spot, meanwhile Fate won't be, but on the theory, Irithel counters out the Granger a lot, doesn't he? So doesn't she? So I think overall, I think the execution is going to really matter. I know we've had the round robin stages going on for what, day 5, day 6 already, and the teams have been showing a little bit improvement from the first day. That is something really commendable, because that's how you grow. But still, the draft has already been finalized, and I don't really like the fact that they picked up the Valentina. Why? Simple answer. Lucas is probably 100% gonna go into the jungle. Valentina is gonna be playing mid lane. She will probably copy the Farsa or the Lucas ultimate, and whichever she tries to copy, she will definitely. If she copies the ultimate from the Farsa, Khalid is just gonna jump straight into her. And if she copies the ultimate from the Lucas, the Phobius is going to jump on top of her, because Phobius wins it out against the Lucas, especially if it's a copied one, not find out soon enough into the game, and this is going to be an interesting matchup between Team Eliminators and Team IGN. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and let's just dive in straight into the first game of this evening, day 6 of the round robin stages. Onto the casting desk, it's Fredo and Ray.
Yep. Once again, we are here going to see Eliminators playing against IGN. These two teams have played against each other quite a lot. They are not at all unfamiliar about the opponents of each other, right? They know each other very well. They know their own strategies, the rotations, whom to target, who will be the priority, where is the win condition. They have everything figured out. But right now, it will all come down to execution to see which team will be able to get the best in this tournament so far. We do know that Sailor Moon has been a little bit out of form, and so has Respect, right? So, but on the other side, the goal laners have retained their form and made it even better.
Yeah, I think this tournament so far has been a lot of highlights into the goal laners, especially obviously the Granger. At this point, he's like the main marksman for this whole tournament, so it's kind of understandable. But on the other hand, I do agree and disagree onto the fact about Respect versus Sarar Moon. I feel like Sarar Moon is kind of consistent. It's just that he's getting a little bit gapped against the other junglers. It's not that he's bad, that's how just he performs. But right now the other junglers are kind of outshining him. Respect, on the other hand, I feel like it's more of a ego issue. Sometimes he dives in a little bit too deep with the confidence, and that's why he gets paid off. So as long as he doesn't do that, I think he's going to be in a really okay spot. But anyways, the turtles spawn. The Suyo is going to be winning the retribution battle in theory. Let's see if Respect with the Lucas can do something with the beast in him.
And look at Art, right? Providing the information of where Respect is, but right now Zohan has arrived as well into the turtle pit. IGN arriving, which does not have the artillery on him yet, so that should be a disadvantage that they have. But let's see who gets the retribution right, and it will be Respect earning the Respect. First blood secured by Meteor as well into the backlines, which has been zoned out completely, and Bit will be the one taking him down. The copycat is able to outmaneuver the original. Whoa.
I think the copycat outmaneuvered the witch because Lucas still stood. But I think they need a little bit more better zoning out from the hands of Eliminators. Art and Legend need to do something about, especially Respect, because I feel like they could have prevented that turtle steal. Because Sarar Moon, the Soul Sever, it's one of the best secure mechanics into the game, but look at into the bot lane as well. Fate getting quite poked down. And I also noticed he doesn't like to play the Ducati. He really likes to play the new Starlight, which is base. She kind of looks hotter. But still still, the score is
Yep.
1-1, and IGN has a turtle. Let's see how the game moves forward, because the power spikes on both marksmen, it's gonna be interesting who gets it first, because look at the concentration into the bot lane.
Yep, they know, like I mentioned, right? Aaron and Fate. These two guys have been the key players here for both the sides. Of course, the recent patch though will affect the goal laners' performance quite a lot, but it still depends on them, especially in the mid to late phases. So, and I mean, the way that the meta has changed in the recent patch, it clearly shows that this game is always going to be longer than expected. So, I mean, marksmen, even though they lose their value in the early stages, oh, look at that, there comes a air strike into the backlines, and there comes the Raging Sandstorm as well. Aaron the Creator will get that kill onto Sarah Moon into the backlines, though. Bit is diving, it feels actually Respect will be getting taken down first. And now, there comes the AOG, two members getting stunned. Bit is still playing it safe, but Witch will get taken down by Art with that heavy punch. Aaron the Creator will be able to get a kill onto Art as well. The damage dealers will be safe, but the frontliners will be getting taken down.
And the score settles for a 3-4 goal lead, still into the hands of IGN, who are leading the game quite a bit ahead. And having that early pace against the Suyo kind of really cements the fact that Suyo is not really able to do much into this game, and Respect is just able to create the gap between the junglers and give a little bit more space between their marksmen. But oh, look at that turtle pit, already some concentration. There comes better airstrike.
Legend might get taken down here. Yes, he is taken down by Aaron with the help of Mirio being into the backlines, creating all the havoc. Respect dives in as well. Mirio still bonk into the backlines. Fate is chased away. Respect will get the turtle once again. And there is the knockup coming in from Mirio, and he will be able to get one kill. IGN are able to dominate Eliminators in their own jungle area in the first 5 minutes, and that just speaks for itself that IGN are here, and they are not here for fun.
Yeah, definitely, right? I've just mentioned into the draft that IGN, I know both of these teams are kind of lower in the leaderboard right now. They are kind of suffering against the other teams, but doesn't mean that there's not going to be some difference between these two. And IGN seems to be in the much better form overall, as Team Eliminators are kind of falling out behind. But let's look at the itemization. Okay, Granger already has the Sky Piercer. Meanwhile, Airtel, not even recipe item done for the Burst, so a little bit behind. On the other hand, if we look into the mages, okay, which already has a glowing wand, but okay, again, Bid not even getting the first item. So the goal difference is clearly seen. 3,000 gold lead onto the hands of IG, and even Lucas is almost done building towards his Warx, and oh, there comes the Feather airstrike for zone out, but Legend better watch out at the same time.
Yep, it seems like, oh, I don't really understand what Zohan is planning here. He plans to be on their faces, that's all I can say. But Eliminators coming in with the roster shuffle as well, they consider to give Legend a chance once again, because it seems like they have figured out that Abyss has not been working out well for them, it seems. Or probably they're just experimenting against IGN, but if they're experimenting against IGN, I won't say it's the best thing to do, because right now, just one more day left. This is the second last day of the league stages, but there comes an initiation onto Mirio. He did a 2v1 before, but now can he do a 4v1? He cannot, as he cannot out-sustain the 4 members and shut down Secure. Oh my god, that's a lot of gold.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue with the XP lane I've mentioned again and again, and that's why you kind of want to give away the kills to perhaps your jungler, because look at that, Respect is still sitting at 0 kills and 5 assists. So yeah, I think Mirio kind of got punished for what he did, but still, that was just a slight bit of hiccup onto the hands of IG, and I mean, not IG and Mirio, but they still have the lead, because look at that, so much damage.
Oh my god, look at that, Sky Piercer on top. Fate will get a turtle, Fate will get a turret as well. But like you were mentioning, right? Respect on 5 assists, not even a single kill. Mirio got taken down, got punished as well. But Respect, we gotta respect this guy. 3 turtles on 3, right? That is the lead that you want to give as a jungler, and he's been able to do that. But Serarmon, on the other hand, no objectives yet.
Yeah, and this is why I kind of have been waiting to see a lot of Lucas jungle, because ever since he got released, I've been telling a lot of people that this fighter is supposed to be in jungle. Why do you guys keep pushing him to the XP lane? Just because he has a good initiation, does it mean he needs to be in the EXP? Because look at that. I know he hasn't gotten the kills, but look at the amount of, gap he's able to create just by being the presence, just by being an initiator that can go in alone even if there's no other initiator. And because of that, they got the first turtle and the second was already taken because of the gap. Was look at the damage from and the creator just
Oh
absolutely
my god.
smothering the HP.
The range as well, right? It's so difficult for them, but OR decides to initiate, but there comes the initiation. A re-engage from IGN will be able to take down Legend. Meteor into the back lines against 4 will get taken down. And now IGN are looking for the mid lane. They are committing a little bit too much, and they'll decide to back off at the right time.
Yep. And you know, this is the kind of issue with Valentina versus Lucas comp, because I
Oh.
did. Ooh,
My-
he survived. He
1
survived.
HP.
That was good. That was a good thing. Good job. But overall, this is basically the issue with the Valentina versus Lucas thing, right? And this is the issue overall with the Valentina mid lane. It's look at the damage, but Fate wants to go in, but look at the damage for which forced him back.
Yep, and that is what you get out of a Farsa. The range just way too much. No marksman can actually reach the Farsa. Not even Lela, right? The range is just way too much. But
Yeah.
with that, it is. I do feel like it's about time we start considering the Farsa in the ban phase.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
it deserves it already, right? I mean,
Yeah,
the
I
amount
mean-
of buff.
Yeah.
Yup, there, look at that once again. There comes the Feathered Airstrike, which will be able to get down Legend. Adam, able to deal a lot of damage as well. One member taken down. IGN should have an easy Lord right now.
Yeah, they're definitely 480 stacks under 10 minutes. It's basically
My
a complete snowball
God.
game. It's a complete snowball game into the hands of IGN, and the creator already getting a lot of farm. Yep, not enough stacks under Sky Bishop, but does it really matter when he's 405? Has a lot of goal advantage over Fate right now, who's actually surviving really well. Really good job on the hands of Fate as well. Saramun gets the Malefic Roar onto the hands. Irtel needs that Malefic gun as soon as possible to get the range advantage over Grain just slightly. But still, basically this is why I kind of feel like why this composition is not working out. The Valentina is kind of like the let's address the elephant in the room kind of a thing. The Valentina, I feel like it's a much better counter if Lucas was in the XP, but look at that. Blue wants to go in.
I don't understand. Fate did initiate, went in quite deep, and with that, look at that split coming in onto him, and he will get taken down here. And a shutdown secured by Legend into the backlines. Meteor once again, 3v1, will get taken down as well. Respect arrives, wants to use the blast onto Fate, will not take him down. Legend arrives from the backlines. Does he want to engage for more? He does have the split yet again. And with that, which might be the one getting taken down here, Legend has been a menace for the enemy. IGN really struggling, especially the backlines, but he's taken a bit too far right now. By which, because of the movement speed that this guy has, Feathered Airstrike will get punished, it seems. Able to get away once again, it seems. But he will be taken down finally by Respect as Eliminators deal with the minions on the top side.
He bought enough time for his team to really get the clear the Lord, so I feel like that's a win-win. He also take down and the Creator, which was a shutdown into his hands, getting them a little bit gold, and it really closed the disparity just slightly a little bit. 7-11 score and 2k onto the hands of IGN. So I think that play was really necessary for what their team needs. But anyways, Fate is going to be the main crucial factor because his power spike into the Malefic gun and possibly a Rose Gold or a Wind of Nature, like whichever he really wants to go for. I think both are going to be required for him to dive into the backline because he does need to play the aggressive here. He needs to take down Witch and the Creator by himself because after all, Irtel does have the damage, does have the AoE. What really needs is a little bit time, a little bit sustain. And I think Wind of Nature and the Rose Gold combination can give her exactly that. But on the other hand, Bear is just not able to do so much, and I feel like Bear just needs to copy Witch at this point around, create the same zone that Witch does, and that's the only way they can kind of win around. I know Valentina on theory counters out the Lucas, but that is a season to go, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, Lucas has been pushed into a jungle, and you cannot counter a Lucas jungle because it's just not how it works. It made sense previously because you counter up in the EXP lane by copying his ultimate, poking him down and forcing him to go back. But into a jungle, you cannot do that. If you just copy him, he's going to take you down first. And if you play mid lane Valentina, you cannot go tank. You need to go damage to provide the magic damage to your team. And if you do that, you're just going to be a really squishy Lucas and easily get taken down by the damage that's oncoming from the hands of other team.
And like you just mentioned, people need to realize that you cannot counter out Lucas. And if everyone has heard you, that is something that people will start understanding as well. I hope they do so. But right now, Eliminators and IGN, they're into the Lord pit, and which is getting zoned away once again. This time though, Bid, he wants to take. I don't understand why he has not been able to take the feathered airstrike still. He needs the feathered airstrike, not the beast form, right? So if he's not able to get
Oh,
that,
he's
there's not
trying.
much value. Yeah, he's trying, but oh my god, look at the range. He's getting zoned away once again. Fate will be able to get the tower though, but it's still not enough for for Eliminators to get back into the game because, I mean, of course they have a 2k goal lead. That's that's not significant. That's okay, but I mean they're still able to poke a lot because of which Eliminators are not able to do anything. Anyone except Legend goes in will definitely die.
Yeah, and that's why he's the only one trying to buy out the time. And
Mm-hmm.
Team Eliminators need to make good use of it. Fate does get the Wind of Nature, and he's already level 4, so that's pretty close to and the Creator. So I think he has enough to go into the back lane, but at the same time, Respect and Mirio, the crowd control is just a little bit too much. Lord taken down to the 50% HP. The Lord are getting moved back and forth, but there's a Conceal. Let's see. Art gonna be the first victim,
Art.
looks like.
My goodness, this guy is able to escape, but it seems like he'll be taken down by Zohan. Into the backlines, Legend will fall as well. Respect going in, and with that Mirio as well, half HP, almost taken down. Will get taken down by Bait, but Respect might be able to get one more. Aaron wants to go in for the Death Sonata and will be able to take down Sarah Moon with the help of the Rhapsody. Eliminators facing elimination at this moment need to step up their game. Bait has not been able to get his hands onto the feathered airstrike, and that is exactly why right now they're suffering quite a lot. Once again, feathered airstrike zoned away completely, locking down the base, and IGN will get a smooth sailing victory in the first match of this series.
And yep, and I think this is where we kind of address the issues and everything. And let's just address the power spikes and the win conditions into the hands of IG. And they had the Farsa, just like I mentioned, a complete powerhouse after the patch. And I feel like at this point she's a either must ban or must pick. No offense. I know assassins are still viable into the meta, but which assassin can really, reach a mage that is so well protected by three frontliners? Like, look at that, Lucas, Mirio, and there's Zohan. They're not going to let you just take down witch. So because of that, I feel like Farsa is something that you really cannot give to IGN anymore. Yesterday, I remember IGN won the first game and almost won out the third game, I feel like. But yeah, the Farsa is definitely a power pick. And also, at this point, come on, guys, start banning out the Granger. This guy is a full-on menace. Just, are you not tired of facing him? I know,
Yep.
I know the humiliation is nice. I know it feels nice to defeat the Granger. Like, yo, he can't do anything. But it's still, like, look at the amount of annoyance. Look at the team participation, 81%. The damage dealt, 34, 60% turret damage as well. This marksman, just once he reaches his power spike, it's just that nerd thing can stop him. Unless you have extremely strong lockdown or a mid laner that can zone him out. And that's, guess what? That's Farsa. So giving out the Farsa and Granger at this point is just a death sentence, which you
Yep.
wish you need to avoid into the game number 2. Hopefully Eliminators learns from it. And I think they need to give a little bit more space. They need to give him other mages right now. They need to either prioritize giving him the Farsa or giving something that can actually make the impact into the game with a little bit more control, or else Eliminators are just going to keep suffering if they keep on picking the Valentina, because that's a bait that IGN is throwing out, and like a hungry fish, they're taking it each time.
You're right about that, Ray. I mean, you explained it quite, I mean, very, very well, actually. Not just quite well, very, very well. That Valentina, you can pick it up, but to use it well, you need to understand that the enemy's composition should be a good one. I mean, should be something that you can exploit, right? You cannot really exploit the potential of a Valentina when you have three frontliners guarding the ultimates that you want to take. Because right now, look at that. Valentina wants to take the feathered airstrike because he knows, like you mentioned, the beast form. If he tries to take it from the from the Lucas, it won't be that useful. So it's really up to that feathered airstrike. Not able to get that means you are not as useful as you're supposed to be, and not able to exploit that space, that utility that you can provide with the range. And that is exactly why Bid was suffering quite a lot. Okay, first blood, you did get it. I mean, you got the one on which you got that kill, but after that, what? You fall off because the frontliners are now too tanky for your team to deal with, because with a Suyo you can't really melt a Phobius, you can't really do anything to the Lucas as well. I mean, they are just so tanky on your face, right? So because of all those reasons, right, like you just explained, It's going to be an interesting one to see if Eliminators will be able to pull something in this second game draft, because otherwise I don't see any way how Eliminators are coming back, especially in terms of range. Farsa and Granger, damn bro, how can you even control that? I mean, do you have any idea? How can you control? I mean, in terms of draft against Farsa and a Granger?
Yeah, I think that was the main issue, the main mistake they
Mm-hmm.
made, and I just feel like what I just feel like they need to improve their draft a little bit. I feel like this meta,
Mm-hmm.
especially if it kind of revolves on the first main three. Yep, the EXP lane and gold lane, they matter a lot, but the main three, I mean, yeah, definitely the main three. The jungler, the mid laner, and roamer. It's like a trio at this point. This trinity
Mm-hmm.
needs to have a lot more space. I mean, they need to give so much space to the gold laner that the other team can do something about it. I mean, uh, can't do something about it. So I feel like that's what lacking onto the hands of Eliminators, and I feel like that's actually what Team Tartarus and Peak to Plummet has been doing into the leaderboard. So you can clearly see Yaipaba into the hands of Peak to Plummet, and on TRT, Joseph. You also have their roamers Kimi and Luminaire. They're really creating a lot of space for the goal laner to farm up, which is Skyzen and Kyle. And we just know, I mean, remember, right? How does TRT keep winning? Kyle keeps free farming. It's not that the other team is trying to ignore him. It's the fact that they don't let him focus on Kyle. They keep on creating so many engages that the other team just cannot put any resources into the goal lane. So if you want to counter these top teams, you need to have your mid trinity in a really good sync. You need to be much stronger. And I just feel like that's basically where kind of where the skill difference really comes in. Yep, you need to keep on improving, but IGN just showed that they're kind of better, but still it's still game number one. Eliminators have shown they come back from the hardest of places. So I do have hope
Mm-hmm.
the Eliminators can come with something interesting this time around. Or maybe IGN will just secure a clean sweep. We will soon figure it out.
Yep. And I mean, the point that you just mentioned, right? I mean, a lot of people, they have been watching these games of Tartarus. They're wondering, oh my God, they're so good. How are they so good? And stuff like that, right? But the main thing is you gotta look deeper. You cannot just look at a single play and figure it out. You have to start from the beginning. Like from the first minute, how do they rotate? Like you mentioned, they give Kyle the space to farm up by controlling the way the enemy plays. Because if you are forcing the enemy to play your way, then of course definitely they're going to get forced into situations that you want them to. You're providing Kyle the time and space to farm up, and that is exactly how Kyle is able to get those, I mean, game mind blowing plays on himself, right? If you get your goal laner the farm that he needs, of course he's a very good player in terms of micro as well. But when it comes to macro, Tartars have an excellent macro as well, because like you mentioned, they bait out the enemy, make them play their own way, provide the time and space for Kyle to farm up, and that is exactly how they're able to dominate. Because in the mid lane to early game, they let Joseph and Eden, take the control. But later on, Kyle comes in around the mid game, 7 to 8 minutes mark. There he comes, and you're like, oh my god, how is this guy 3K gold ahead of our goal laner? Right? You're hanging your hands on your head, and you're thinking, how does it happen? But the thing is, you gotta look deeper into the fact that they have been controlling the game all along. They don't let you play the way you want. They let you play the way they want. So yeah, a very good fact that you pointed out here. But honestly, I mean, this also comes out to the fact that eliminators have also been not in that best form as well,
Yeah,
right?
that's true. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
definitely. I just feel like I mean they were kind of instinctively doing it themselves back then. I mean, we remember, right? Fate in like previous tournaments and everything. He also got maniacs and savages, but it's the fact that they were able to create that thing. But and right now they're not really able to do so. So I feel like that's just basically what's happening right now, and they need to do something about it. Eliminators, maybe they might not secure a victory today. I know there's the last day tomorrow, but at least even if they're down at the leaderboards, I just hope what do you say again? I just hope that they can kind of understand from what's really happening, right?
Yep. And with that, we'll be getting the confirmation from our referee real quick. So please hold on for a few minutes. Okay. Okay, so it has been declared that IGN have won this match because Eliminators have decided not to proceed further in this evening. So of course, with that, IGN will be taking the victory home, and Eliminators will be losing it out on 2-0. Unfortunately, as well.
Ooh.
Really sorry to say this, but the second match as well, which was going to happen between Team MAAF and Team LAFU KABI has forfeited once again, and that is the reason why LAFU KABI unfortunately will not. It seems like they have forfeited from the entire tournament, and it's not a good thing to say this, but I feel like they should not give up like this, right, Ray? Leaves a bad
Yeah,
impression.
yeah, it kind of does, but at the same time, well, it's their personal decision. So, anyways, more power to them. Hopefully they come back. Hopefully they come back stronger next season. Hopefully they become the next peak to Plummet and special grade. The teams that were kind of in the like, who are these teams? And they went to the top of the leaderboards, and that's what I hope for all the teams. But I feel like I think we'll just wait for the big show today, which is gonna be between Tartarus and Peak to Plummet, which is basically Peak to Plummet. They have 0 losses, by the way, so far, right? Because they haven't faced Tartarus yet. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are not aware, Tartris, which is basically the tyrants of India right now, not Northeast, okay? I know this tournament, ladies and gentlemen, this tournament is exclusive to Northeast, so mainland team, sorry. Hopefully you guys can join. Maybe we'll have tournaments for mainland. I am not sure, but still, this tournament is exclusive to Northeast. So if you're from Northeast, the underground registrations are still open. But anyways, Team Tartris, undefeated as well. I know they have been defeated on the, what do you say?
Peak to Plummet was actually defeated by Zohunt.
Okay. So both of them have a little bit, yeah.
And Zohan defeated Tartris as well. At least, in best of 3, they defeated in 1 game.
Yeah, yes. I mean, that
really
counts.
Interesting.
That counts completely.
Yep.
So, yeah. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I know we shouldn't really glaze the teams too much, right? But it might be too much ego stroking for them. But we need to state the facts. Tartarus and Peak to Plummet are basically at the top of the leaderboards for a reason. They're first and second, respectively. So the game is going to be really interesting between both of them. So if you're looking forward to what Northeast and India has to overall offer, I feel like these two teams are definitely going to be the main contenders. So let's just see how they perform tonight, if they're going to be at the top of the game, or we will be surprised by one side's overall domination. Many people might say it's Tartarus, but what if it's Peak to Plummet? We never know, because Yaifaba is on a completely different level. Skyzen, what Fredo likes to call him, the babyface killer, has also been a different tempo overall. So if you're looking forward to the game, stay tuned. We'll be right back with both those teams contending in this best of 3 of round robin, because after all, I mean, they're going to qualify for the next stages anyways, because they're at the top. But still, what really matters is their ego. Both of these teams, they want the top spot, right? Peak has been peaking, right? So, and Tartris, they want it as well. So let's just see how it works out. So I think, Fredo, you can take it up, because guess what? We're going to be diving straight into the game number 3, since Megatron x LAFU KABI forfeited. So do stay tuned, and Fredo, you can close it off.
Yep, and I mean, if you don't know yet, if you're just here and if you're feeling bored by our yapping, let me remind you. Tartarus has Kyle from Nagaland, 17 years old. Skyzen from Nagaland, 17 years old. Both are gold laners, both are gold standards, and they will be facing off against each other as the top 1 and 2 on the table. So yeah, that's all that I want to say before I go off, because I know you will be remembering this by the time the match has happened. And when it happens, I hope you spam in the chat, who do you support, Kyle or Skyzen? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a break, but Wardrum Games will be right back with more action, as Tartris will be facing against Team Peak to Plummet, who are just so good right now. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, short break.
Players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very, very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
guys, is the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
Of the Instagram bio of Wardroom Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I want my
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardroom Games is hosting the Northeast Underdog Tournament where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
Of the Instagram bio of Wardroom Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I want my
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
Of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I want my
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
Of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I want my
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
Of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Waterham Games present North East Underdogs Tournament. And after quite a while of a short break, because we had to, because of the Team Megatron X LAFU KABI forfeiting, but that's a topic for another day. We had to wait and we had to be patient because good things take time, and a good matchup is upon us tonight because Peak to Plummet versus Team Tartarus, two of the giants in this tournament, and overall maybe even in Northeast right now, are going to be finally be facing off against each other in this league stage of best of three, and it's going to get really spicy. Onto the casting desk, it's your boy Ray back again with Yinlin in the background, but this time I have another lady not in the background to my side. It's going to be Debbie. So hello Debbie, how are you?
Yeah, Ray, I'm feeling excited. These two teams are the top twos right in the table because they are top one, top two simultaneously, and they have been very undefeatable for the starting of the season. But still, Zohan, appeared, right? They were the biggest obstacle for these two teams who they managed to take out 1-1 games of each
Mhm.
teams. But still, these two teams are so great and so amazing that they haven't been able to lose the games. That's the reason why they are into the top one and the top two too. So this will be a battle, right? A battle of the best who will be the crown, the number one into the charts. But still, what do you think? What do you reckon? Is it gonna be a best of three series or just a clean sweep?
I sure hope it's gonna be a best of three, like full third game, and our throats are gonna be aching by the time it ends because we're gonna be seeing a lot of action. But we will soon be diving into the draft section, guys. So if you're already if you haven't called your friends already, what are you doing? Call your friends, boys and girls of all ages. Call your grandma because even she would be excited seeing so much action. Yep, she would be. I can tell. I met her yesterday. She was a nice woman. Jokes aside.
Okay.
Jokes aside, Team Tartarus is definitely going to be into the game. And Debbie, you know, main highlight so far into this tournament have been both of their goal laners, right? It's the like how our co-caster Fredo likes to say, the babyface killer to Skyzen, and there's also the gold standard of India, Kyle, facing off against each other. Both of them are not even able to vote or drive, but they can definitely take the game into the driving seat.
Yeah, that has been the same story so far. They have been a carrier. So you know what? Both of these players are from Nagaland, if I'm not wrong. So is Nagaland
Ooh.
farming gold laners, or is it the powerhouse of gold laners? If you want to make a squad, go find it in Nagaland. You might find yourself a Kyle or a Skyzen. But yes, as we were talking about heroes and players, the bans are up. Peak to Plummet. They are having the first ban. Still, Lucas, Matilda taken away. They do not want to keep it. But same story for the side of the red color. Jusen, Gatot Kaca. This hero is never gonna be opened. R.I.P.
It's okay. She's my wife. She can stay in the band section, and by band section that just means my home. That's where she is. You don't need to find her. I'm gonna be keeping her safe. But right, let's not forget Tartris and Peak to Plummet. Both of them are basically first and second into the leaderboards of the league stage, and whoever wins this stage out, they're probably gonna be, getting the top spot from the other team and securing it for themselves. But at the same time, we also need to consider that if what I say is true, it's not a clean sweep. the other team gets a lot more points, doesn't it? 3 pointers if you get a clean sweep, and I think only 1 or 2 if you don't get a clean sweep, right? So, but anyways, peek to Plummet. Okay, Ipaba really not hesitating, going straight to the Fanny.
You know, players here are toe-to-toe in the hero pool wise as well. We were talking about Kyle and Skyzen, and we should also talk about Yaifaba and Joseph, right? They have a similar hero pool, similar playstyles, and assassins are deadly into their hands too. So they are just, for Tartarus, I feel like they are just giving it away because they have more ways to handle out the Fanny. So Yaifaba, yeah, he's just gonna be locking it up because the Moskov ban respected for the side of Tartarus. Kyle doesn't have the Moskov, but still, the Herod was coming into play. But the Herod, when there's a Fanny, he has to be careful. But it is Kyle, right? This kid, he can make it work.
Yeah, this kid, he can make it work, definitely. It is pretty funny. We were kids once, and now right now we are calling others kids. Well, time really does pass by. It's already 2025, and that's why we have the Underdogs tournament as well. Hopefully, with time passing, we see even more underdog teams rise up because, ladies and gentlemen, the registration for the Underdogs is still open. So if you have not registered already, what are you doing? Because if you do not, the other teams will get the prize money, okay? Because the Underdogs bracket is completely separate. Yep, for the first time in Northeast and India. So if you haven't already, do check it out. The links are going to be in the description. But anyways, let's not forget into the game. The Granger, who has been making names into the Land of Dawn, into the Wargame Games present Northeast Underdog Tournament. Again, Granger has gotten the most maniac, most savages, and has been used the most. And it has been the top favorite pick for all the gold laners, Debbie.
Yeah, he hasn't been even ignored, right? If he's not picked, he's banned. It's always there. So the Granger has making a very great impact on Nerd here and ERD. If we ever made a stager for Nerd, it's gonna be Granger. He's gonna be sitting up high and in a sculpture. Yeah, but we cannot forget the recently popular hero Farsa, always been contested, but still picked away by Eden here. Tartarus, they want to play this, high ground for themselves. They want to have their Harris play around this better airstrike in order to have the better chance in their survivability and the winning too. But still, this is where the pressure for the Fanny comes in, right? The Versa, he's gonna be mobile, but still, he's gonna be very vulnerable into the eyes of the Fanny too. So they need to have something that can be tanky and that can be good, that can protect the Versa. But yeah, that's also where the Badang comes into, right? But where is the Badang gonna go?
Yeah, I feel like possibly just gonna go for the EXP lane. I know Tartris can pull up something with Kimmy because he's someone who really likes to do this kind of something creative. So it does make sense, but I'm actually surprised that Team Peak to Plummet just did not decide to just lock in on that Farsa when they had the chance because they were the first pick, right? So first pick, the Fanny, then Tartarus picked up the Badang and the Harriet. They had the chance to pick up the Farsa and Granger and just outrange Tartarus completely into the first game. I know you might be saving it for a second game, change your strategy a little bit, surprise Tartarus, but you can just do it in the first game as well and secure a clean and swift victory because you already have the Fanny, one of the most mobile assassins, so you're possibly just going to be able to create the gap between the junglers because I know Joseph is amazing, but his options, you are clearly aware. He's most likely going to be picking either the Hayabusa or the Suyo or the Joy. That's what he's likely going to go with. And Fanny will most likely outmaneuver them most of the time, except when you get picked up by Hayabusa Suki Shadow Kill. That's the only exception. But you don't need to base on just one exception, right? I feel like picking up the Farsa would have been a lot much better. But okay, the Jawhead does cement where the Barang is going to go. It's going to be the EXP lane.
Yeah, this is a very high pressure for the Fanny as of now because Zohan is there, the Badang is there, but still, I feel like for peak they are forcing Joseph to go on a hero. Like if he wants to go for the assassin, he have the option for the Hayabusa only. So maybe they are forcing him to go for the Hayabusa, but this kid will never know because he can pull out the Fredrin, he can be King Kong and he can be Moba at the same time. So we'll never know. But as for pick right now, what are the choices they have? They are yet to pick out their mate. Will they go for the Valentina? Oh, there we go. The Faramis debut in this war drum here. Okay, Faramis. I'm quite skeptical about the Faramis, but still against the Zohat, yeah, perfect choice. But it's still a Farsa though. So this is unnerving.
Yeah, I share the same sentiment. I feel like I just feel like this game it's not gonna work out because Framis can easily get picked off by 20. Dojo Head is gonna be probably gonna be he's gonna be Kimi
Yeah.
and also
Kim.
27 as well with the fist crack. And there's obviously Farsa is absolutely gonna outrange him so badly that he will not be able to reach unless he goes in for a flicker combo, which is I feel like a little bit too uncharacteristic and a little bit too hyper aggressive. It is not with it's not a high risk, high reward thing. It's a full on high risk thing. There's not much reward that you can get. Most likely you're gonna get punished because it's Tartarus we're talking about. But okay. Joseph closes off the draft with one of the jungles that can snowball pretty well, has the stun, has the sustain to go against the Fanny, so it is understandable. And if I'm not wrong, he has made it work against Eliminators. Yeah,
Oh,
Serarmun played Fanny and he picked up the what do you say? This
Alpha.
Alpha, yeah. He picked up the Alpha and he was able to make it work. So I feel like that's basically what they're going for. But it's still game number 1 and peak to Plummet. They did not decide to go for the Farsa. Instead went in for the sustain option. Let's just see how good it turns around. Debbie, what do you think of the draft so far? Because it has been finalized.
You know what, Ray? This excuse me, Alpha pick for Joseph may be the deal breaker for me because Tartarus has a better, kill pressure, but still extra sustainability, a second life that can be provided by the Faramis, but it's still there for an option for peak. But yeah, this is where the feather airstrike is gonna be coming in again. So it's safe to say Tartarus has the the better chance, but they have to be very highly active into the early stages of this game and try to shut down this Penny as much as possible. And maybe that's where the Alpha comes in, right? With the dark, presence that he have. These have to be the better, draft if you talk about combination too.
Yep, definitely. Dark presence with that new dark love rose. I mean, you can name it better. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be diving straight into the highlight match of the evening because we've been waiting to see these two top in the leaderboards facing off against each other. Oh, we already see some action because look at that. Oh, Aizen secures the first blood. Oh, I speak. Not really even giving me a second, but okay, they immediately head back. I think that was really aggressive, wasn't it, Debbie? And yeah, onto the casting desk, it's Ray and Debbie. Not Fredo. He's behind. He's watching from the sidelines.
I have become Fredo, but with the high pitched voice, I guess. But still, yeah, we were talking about the pressure for the early game, but still, one of the sides, Zohan have the early game pressure. The Fanny does have the early game pressure, and we can see, yeah, if Abba was showing dominance with that dive coming in from him as well. So Kimi falling down so very early on might not be the best case scenario, but still focus on the lemon here.
They make a trade.
Nice trade.
Yeah.
A rumor for a rumor, right?
Yes.
Okay,
let's get it together.
Man, that's a
same page.
Same page. But you know what? Who synchronized better? The teams right here. But look at the Alpha.
Ooh, almost. Look at Kyle. Obviously, that taunt was guaranteed. That was coming. He did not get bursted out because he uses the chrono dashes right the second he gets bursted. But look at that. Eyes and onto the bot lane getting punished by the fist crack. Survives it because it's 27. It's just not level 4 yet. But Joseph, Skyzen gets a kill onto the top lane off cam. Kyle, I feel like he was a little bit too aggressive and confident. But anyways, onto the turtle pit. Joseph already taking the turtle. Fanny, will it be able to come back? Okay, Kimi comes in. There's the zoning out coming in from Eden. There goes Joseph. Secures the turtle. NetherRealm being popped in. But there's the Alpha. Joseph, this is the damage. And Aizen gonna be next to the chopping block after Savage Warrior gets stunned in. There's 27 with the blockage of the barrier. Secures the kill. Kimi takes it off. And right now, they're kind of still looking, but yeah, they're gonna go back. Skyzen proceeding towards the mid lane as well, but not gonna find anything just yet. The score 2-3, Debbie.
Yeah, Mr. 27 with the perfect stats and the perfect walls as of now. We can see that, there was a great start for Tartarus. Now they are gonna be perfectly having that stepping stone that they were looking for a snowball potential to. And now, when they have the lead and the kills, they are gonna be rotating to the part where the weakest lane is gonna be, because as Kyle fell down once, they have to focus on to him. They have to help him and give him aid. This is what Kimi is doing here.
Yeah, definitely right, Debbie. And let's just focus on to the fact that Kimi has 2 kills, not Joseph. We really like to, steal the show from Joseph as much as possible, but still, on to the other hand, Skyzen Zero Deaths has 1 kill. No Sky Piercer, but it's okay. Gonna be help out. Oh, 27 really dishing out a lot of damage into Aizen, forcing him to just stay in his lane or perhaps recall. But I'm really looking forward to Joseph getting the 10 kills. I mean, I should be supporting one team much, but I really want to see that evolved form from the alpha.
Oh, the evolved form everyone was talking about. I'm yet to see, So
Yeah,
we are
same.
gonna be waiting for Joseph, to do better here. But still, one item secured by 27 here. The Thunder Belt is gonna be another sustain, and with the magic defense and the physical defense too. But Zector, Kimi might be onto something.
Kimi did try to make a playthrough, but could not really go. So there's the recall taunt, but Skyzen wanted to go in, doesn't. He doesn't have the bazooka anymore, not has enough energy to take down Kimi. So gonna proceed back. Both of the junglers proceeding towards their buffs first. Joseph first though clears it out immediately. Yai-Fiba gets that 7 Cs, so gonna be able to dish out a little bit more damage. The turtle already started. Yai-Fiba probably trying to eye in. 27 though gets the wall in. There is the Fanny. Secures the turtle for himself. Yai-Fiba will he be able to succeed because he's looking for 27, but there's the throw coming in from Kimi as well. But Eden escapes the scene as much as possible. Joseph trying to buy some time. Kimi retreating. Skyzen dishing out the damage as well, but Yai-Fiba, ooh, that was a really close call as he gets back. No, except for 27, no kills, but the turtle does go into the hands of Team Peak to Plummet.
A very uncharacteristic of Joseph to lose out on the turtle, right? But still, maybe he was too focused onto the skin effect, because with the rose petal, it was looking so amazing with the dark, feature that he have. I'm definitely not buying it, but still, maybe that's the case. But yeah, first
Sponsor,
build
please.
secure. Oh, okay. First build secured by this Fanny. Okay, the headset is gonna be building out, so there's gonna be a load of damage he's gonna be dealing. But onto the side of Skyzen 2 builds already onto his hands. He's gonna be farming the kills if he have the Sky Piercer's direct. But okay, that was a little bit of a sucking factor because this team, they're always going in if they're not stopping. Look at that.
Okay, Leminer goes in. There's the implosion onto 27. He's gonna get immediately punished and for the misstep, but the Yai-Fiba going in doesn't have enough energy to dish out the damage. Kyle gets pushed back, but it's all right as they disengage immediately. The only casualty so far has been 27, who has been getting caught a lot. But at the same time, let's look at the positioning of the Kimi. They're trying to take down the top turret. Tartarus going in for the objectives. And Aizen really well aware what's happening. Just uses the emote. Yep, but I don't think they're going to be able to secure any turrets so far because Peak to Plummet, their map presence is definitely being seen by Tartarus themselves too.
This is what happens, right? The same story, the same location, the same rotation wise as well. So as we can see, 27, he fell down, but still he is the one trying to make most of the plays. And maybe the main distractor too. So right now the position is looking good because Kimi in a good perfect position to try to go for the initiation too. And even 27, he have the walls.
Yeah, and right now proceeding towards the 27 misses the wall, but there's the zoning out coming in from the far side. Yai-Fiba this time around gets taken down first. Joseph secures the turtle and he's trying to run away, but Aizen would just not let him. Kyle though tries to clean up the dish and he's able to secure a double kill. Wants to go in for a little bit more. 27 stuns Skyzen trying to dish out, but the flicker being used as well. He's trying to dish out the damage, but Skyzen, you might be a little bit too greedy because there's a flicker play coming in. 27 secures a kill, makes a redemption for his death so far, and Kyle with the 4-1, he got 4 kills from this engage, and I feel like that is a bad news for Peak to Plummet because they just kind of fed the gold standard of India right now.
This is seriously the case, and 27 with that sacrifice that he made. Oh, look at that solo.
I feel like Aizen, that was a little aggressive, but he's able to kind of force back, but it's not gonna matter. Kyle still gonna be able to get the turret. That was a good attempt though. Good attempt.
Rhea, these two teams, they are giving me anxieties because whenever we focus onto the map, they are always, even if they are not together, they are looking for fights here and there, but still the kill count is still less. But they're always keeping me on toes because I have to always focus on what they're gonna be doing, what are the sets they are making, because their composition is made for kill participation too. So as we have to focus onto the builds, Aiden already gotten that glowing one. run for the anti-heal, and maybe this guy, he's been surviving quite a lot in comparison to what other mazes are playing against a Fanny, how they are playing against a Fanny. So kudos to him too with the positioning wise as well. But still, Aizen, he got the Thunderbelt stacks too, but I cannot see what Savage Warrior and Joseph are building. But still, I reckon that there's damage. But oh, look at the Victor.
Okay, Eden, there's another realm completely used up, but Kyle and 27 uses up a combo, but there's the implosion from Lemonaire. Is it gonna be enough? Because it might just be Skies and dishes out the damage, but he's getting forced to retreat back. But Lemonaire also gets taken down. 4-man wipeout despite that amazing implosion from the hands of Lemonaire, but it was just not enough. Skies and did try to clear the base, but it was overall 4-4-2 trade. Team Tartarus right now pushing towards the Lord. That was an amazing implosion. 4-man, but the damage was just not there.
Lemonaire. It was he was perfect. He was perfectly doing that, pulling out a key boy onto that Tigrel, but still 27 was there, the Ejector was there, just trying to be the response for them. And I feel like Tartarus, they are not the one making out the sets. They are actually making Peak mix the sets and try to respond to it, because they have the kind of hero that can respond to it. Because whenever the implosion is set, 27 is gonna be diving in again. But look at that.
Oh, top lane, I thought about trying to save the turret as much as possible, because the inhibitor is gonna be laid exposed. And I think that's going to happen because the next wave is coming and they cannot really focus onto the top lane. They're going to be forced into the mid lane. But look at that. There's a concealed play. Kimi wants to make a play. Aizen might get thrown first. He's trying to decide who to go. And oh, Joseph comes in. And there's the Eden coming in. But the Netherrealm also gets popped up. And right now I feel like they'll be able to defend this lot, because there's a new knock-up effect into this patch, ladies and gentlemen. And yep, it gets knocked back and they clear the base. But their inhibitor are right now jeopardy. Top one in jeopardy. Mid one in jeopardy, and even the bottom one, it's also gonna be in risk of being taken. Skyzen dishing out the damage, trying to clear the lanes as much as possible, needs to maintain the distance, but 27 goes in. Lemon gets taken down, but right now Yaifa trying to dish out a lot of damage, but Joseph goes in with his spear. Look at Kyle and 27 combo, just dishing out so much damage. Skyzen, the flicker combo from Eden just dishes out enough damage to take him down. Joseph just goes back with the spear again. Yaifa just trying to clear out the lanes, but that was really clever. Eden saw that Skyzen just used up the flicker, so he just went in as well and was able to take him down.
You know what? The micros and macro factor coming out from Tartarus right there, as we can see into that team fights that were happening, was so much for Pick to handle, but still. This team, they are very perfectly synchronized, and I feel like even though they are waiting for Lemonade to make the sets, right, they should have waited for, I feel like this time around they could have waited for Kimi to be the one diving in first, because this is a Zohan he wants to try to initiate. But look at the zone.
Lemon comes in with the implosion, dishes out enough CC, but is that gonna be enough damage? There's the Netherrealm being popped in, but the damage coming in from Tartris might just be a little bit too much. Kimi comes in with the injector, throws eyes and dishes out the damage, but Skyzen comes in to clear the base. There's the Yaifaba dishing out the damage, but Skyzen 1 HP, he could not make it. Yaifaba trying to do the same, but the shields are a little bit too much. There's only the 2 utility heroes left as Tartarus is diving straight into the base, and Savage Warrior gonna be getting taken down. Triple kill. Kyle looking for the Maniac. Lemonaire, the only one left against. Okay, Savage Warrior does come back with due to his passive, and they are able to save the base and buy out a little bit more time.
Perfect time for Tartarus, and unfortunately a bad time for Peak to be falling out at this moment, because the Lord is already standing strong, and Tartarus, they can safely go for it as well. But full build, almost a full build for Kyle onto that Herod. He's going for that concentrated in order to have that extra sustainability as well, and maybe he's going for this immortality as well, so there's no way they can be focusing on him. Even if Yaifaba does try to dive in, right, it's gonna be her, because the sustain coming out from Kyle is too much for them to handle. And on top of that, the damage, oh man, he was doing so much. And we were talking about how Lemonade was the one only initiating the fights. Maybe he should have stopped it quite a little bit, because Kimi was always waiting for him. Kimi always waiting for him to start the fight and just trying to throw him out a little bit. But there was a long taste of flicker being burned by Kimi. So yeah, less threat. Yeah, we have to see.
Oh, Joseph into the top lane. Gets a little bit of poke, but it's gonna be okay. Skyzen in a compromising position. Gets back though. Lords walking from mid lane. Team Tartarus, they want to go in. Let's see. Lemon, can he make a play here? Is it going to be possible? There's the Aizen coming in with the glorious pathway. 27 also goes in. Nether Realm into the arena, but Joseph out of into Skyzen. Is it really going to be enough? A lot of damage into the arena, but oh, one by one, Team Peak to Plummet. They're kind of falling behind. And right now, look at the damage from the Sky Piercer. Joseph secures a kill. The only one left standing is Yaifaba as Team Tartarus secures a really dominating end team fight. That team fight, it felt like Team Tartarus was snowballing the whole game because the dominance was really clear into that engage.
Yeah, the early game was actually for the side of Peak. They were in assembles, taking Tartarus down here and there, but the patience, damn, the patience coming out from Tartarus. I feel like this team, have it going. No wonder they are into the top ones, and they are certainly undefeated here because, as we can see, Kyle, this young goat, he is the MVP here. Already 11 kills, a 1-9, and even Skyzen couldn't stand a chance into this late game as we speak because look at the damage. Ray, 41% damage on Kyle, a Harris.
It's twice. If
Crazy.
you notice, Skyzen is 50,000 and Kyle is 90. That's basically twice the damage dealt. So it's really impressive. And obviously the kill participation, 87%. Kyle, you should be the one playing the alpha skin because you got 10
Yeah.
kills. I wanted to see the evolve form, but still overall, jokes aside, this game was definitely really interesting. Peak to Plummet. They really showed their prowess that they had into the early game. And Lemonade, I know he got the bronze, which is kind of unfair because he made a lot of sets possible.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, he was first targeted because obviously that's what Tartarus is aiming for, trying to take him down first ahead. And Eden, my boy, how do you make this happen? There are like 3 heroes that are after you, but somehow you're at 1014. You don't even have a Purify. There's a title. How do you maintain that amount of great distance? This guy has a amazing godlike positioning into the mage.
Yeah, you know what? These past few weeks, he have been not underperforming, but not performing like the Eden we used to know. And his position has
Somebody
been
that
way
we used to know.
like that song, who dipped on us. But yeah, he didn't. Eden didn't dip on us because he's back. This guy, Gerald, he's bulletproof at this point. So safe to say, Tartarus, they had it going for them. They are on a roll right now. First game secured. They are gonna be comfortable, maybe a little bit complacent if they want to be. What are the changes they have to make into this next game? What are
Yep.
the choices?
Tartarus will probably obviously try to do what they're doing the best. I've laid out the strategy completely. But anyways, I think what Peak to Plummet kind of need to do is that they need to realize that Team Tartarus, they play with the, what do you say? They play with the Kimi. They play around with the Kimi. They try to make him set, and also at the same time they try to take down the tanker in front. They need to keep that in mind. They need to make sure Lemon doesn't go a little bit too deep than unnecessary. Also, Skyzen is going to be the main party. Of course, we are not glazing him just because he's absolutely amazing. We are glazing him because he's really good, and that's something that Tartarus also knows. And that's why they're targeting him as much as possible. They rounded him up a lot. Yaipaba really did a lot of good job. Came in for a cleanup, but it was just not enough. And I feel like the only possible way a Team Peak to Plummet comes in with a comeback is that we're going to be seeing something new from their end, and they also have to step up their game. And the second thing is Tartarus gets a little bit too cocky and makes a decision or a mistake, a slight mistake that puts them in that back. And that's when Skyzen kind of starts snowballing, and it's hard for Kyle to make the comeback.
Yeah, that has to be the only reason. The win condition, the key points for the pick to make. But still, we cannot forget that, when we talk about ego, Tartarus comes in mind. But for a valid reason, right? Because they are
Yeah,
good.
definitely.
Of course, they are so good. They are, if not one of the best team in India so far. So they can be that into that level. But still, the draft, the draft is where the changes are gonna be coming in. And I wanna see if they are for peak, if they are gonna be targeting Kyle again, or the Benny is gonna be left open just to trade it out.
Yeah, definitely right. And let's just see how everything works out because it's going to get interesting. This is game number 2. Tartarus is obviously looking for the clean sweep against the top contender against them in this tournament, and they will be able to make a statement like, see, there are no challenges here because we can defeat all of them, right? So they want to be a stay at the top, but Peak to Plummet, they have been showing promising against all the other teams. Let's see how well they are able to adapt into this next game. Tartarus, obviously, they are known as one of the fastest clears in the Indian region. Obviously, they had like 5 minutes 56 seconds of a record, but right now, as the meta has shifted to a little bit of a late game, they do find a little difficulty to end, and I feel like that's somewhere they can try to find a weakness of Tartarus, which is basically getting confident and diving in a little bit too early or deep, and that's how they can punish them. That's the only possible way they can kind of get the the positive trade. Other than that, Pick to Plummet, the rotations and everything, I feel like it's really good. Pick to Plummet is really able to match the rhythm that Tartarus has because the implosions from Lemon Air, that was amazing.
It was perfect. It's just making me know that
Yeah.
you cannot not anybody can play that Tigreal just like he did Lemonia.
Yeah.
I kudos to him, but still the bans are in. I used to say Japanese are banned, but I can see it. Do not do not doubt it because I can see it. My eyesights are still good because the Hylos, the Badang, and the Harris taken away by Tartarus. So they don't want to give out the heroes that they used in the first game. So crazy. The Fanny taken away. Oh, another respect ban. Granger. We can forget the Zohan. We can forget the Zohan. It's always gonna be banned.
Yeah.
No
Don't
Granger.
pay attention to my wife. I'll give her the attention. Just kidding.
My hands
But,
are clean.
yep, Debbie's hands are clean. I mean, it's not even visible. Okay, mine are though. but yeah. Tartarus, that was a good decision on the hands of Peak to Plummet. Okay, they kind of give Kimmy a little. I think this is good. This is kind of good. They kind of force Kimmy into a. I know Matilda can still initiate, but she's a little bit more defensive, re-engage, disengage kind of a support, right? She's not exactly something like a Jawhead which goes in and throws out. So that would give Peak to Plummet a little bit of breathing room. So they don't get too much initiation from the hands of Kimmy. But at the same time, there's going to be mobility that they need to face off against. So that's something that they need to consider. At the same time, they do ban out the Granger. So I'm hopefully going to be seeing a Harriet. Okay, they go in for the Lucas. It's going to be interesting if Peak to Plummet just picks up the... I think they're going to go for the... Not going to go for the Florian. They're going to go for the Khalid, most likely. And that's my honest guess. Because I feel like they haven't really figured out how to work with the Florian. Unless maybe they have tonight.
Yeah, the Florian has to appear here if the Lucas goes into the jungle. So
yeah, Tartris did it actually. Yeah,
Tartarus did it.
Yeah, day 2 they did it. They absolutely dominated. I think it was Zohan or was it? No, it was DNS. Yeah, it was Dads and Sons. So, yeah,
okay.
They did
it
one game.
To be DNS. It had to be DNS, right? But still,
to
because
be
Zohan, Zohan, fun fact for these two, Zohan has been, the only teams that have been able to defeat these two teams. So what does Zohan have? So, yeah, no questioning because right now, the Phobias, for the first time, it's opened for 27 here. He's going to be picking up the Phobias. So, two crazy combination, Ray. Matilda Phobias, Matilda Suyo. But they do really need to pick out a CC mate, right? So, pick. What are they? What do they have for an answer? Hayabusa? Highly unlikely, but still they can close out the marksman at this point. But what do they go for?
I think it's a little bit hard, right? I'm a little skeptical about what they're gonna be picking because the options. Okay, they're just gonna lock in with the Hayabusa. Understandable. Just like we said, I'm a little skeptical about it, but it's okay. It's all right. But
it's Yaifaba.
It's Yaifaba, but at the same time, it's Joseph, right? So it's a typical composition of Matilda's, what do you say? Matilda and Suyo snowball composition, and 27 will be mostly the one tanking, being the sandbag, being the bruiser, taking most of the punches to his face. And Kyle is obviously probably going to pick up a ranged marksman, going to be dishing out most of the damage from the back end. And they can pick up a CC right now, but they can also rely just on 27 to dish out most of the crowd control. But because he does have the knockback, pushback, and he does jump around from one to another like a kangaroo. So I think they can decide on that, but obviously the Louis definitely not going to be seeing the light of the day. You don't want to give that to Eden. Understandable. But overall, I'm really curious what marksman is picked if I'm going to be picking. Granger banned out from their end this time. Harris no longer into the table. There's Moskov, there's Beatrix, there's Ethel. Out of these three, what do you think is most likely going to be into the hands of Kyle and Skyzen?
I haven't seen these two picking up the carry, right? So
Yeah.
that's so out of the picture. But oh, there we go. The Tartarus site banning out the Moskov. So no one less hero for the goal side. You know what? Our focus is actually good because we are also focusing onto the goal lanes because they have been the one who's signing a lot, right? Regardless of their ages. But still, even these two teams are focusing onto the goal lane because banning out the goals, dominations as well. So yeah, this is a crazy not understanding of the game. But as we see, Eden is gonna be targeted by Peak here. They do not want any other hero that can be into his hands of
Oh.
that lead too. But oh, you were calling the Khalid, Ray. They
Yeah.
are the ones actually banning out the Khalid. So it was good against the Matilda. Peak
Yeah.
too late in picking out the Khalid.
Yeah, definitely. So they don't have the roaming options. It's quite getting close. Both of the teams actually choked down really good possible heroes, but is it gonna be a Novaria into the hands of Eden? I'm not really sure. Okay, Peak to Plummet, trying to turn up the heat.
Okay.
There's the carry. A lot of true damage, but does need that late game quite a bit. Need the Trinity build, need a little bit of the Rose Gold as well, a sprinkle of the Rose Gold, need not sprinkle, a handful of the Wind of Nature, because there's the trio. There's definitely going to be a physical marksman into the hands of Tartarus. And okay.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Good choice.
Okay. This time around, Eden is like, oh, you ban out the control mages. Let me just show you what you guys kind of did wrong. Let's show you better, because that's what the statement feels like, because there was a lot of options available. Okay, they could have went in for anything else, but they went in for Farami specifically because previous game Pick the Plummet tried to make it work. It did work in a lot of scenarios, but it did not at the end. But anyways, let's just see how the draft is closed out. Lemonaire, what is his option gonna be? There's 2 sustain into the front. I don't think picking up a healer is gonna be the best, because if it was a Lucas jungle with a tanky XP laner, it would have made sense, Debbie. But right now it's Hayabusa, and they go in with the Katot.
Only safe choice, right? The Katot was the only option that they had to go for, because Tigreal would not work because the Faramis is there. And you know what? This time around the draft has shifted, right? But now the Faramis coming into place actually good because there's a Hayabusa. There's a carry.
Yeah.
Now they want to go all in with one target, so that's the best case scenario for Tartarus, because this is gonna be available for them. But still, Peak, they have a late game composition, right? Because the carry, the carry is there, and the Cecilian, but is it too expensive? Because their jungle is not a tanky hero that can tank out their Soakin and carry the early game, because it's a Hayabusa who also needs his items to have that power spike too.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the issue that's going to be coming up with Hayabusa, most probably. So, I mean, against the Suyo as well, you're a little bit more susceptible to invasions. And that's going to be the main issue that they're going to be facing. I mean, not in the early game, possibly, because our Tartars are not going to go that aggressive against Pick to Plummet. But into the mid phases, probably the farm is going to get disrupted. They're going to be facing a little bit more troubles. But let's just see. As ladies and gentlemen, we're heading straight into the game. It's going to be the second game of this match between Team Tartarus and Team Peak to Plummet. This is a best of 3 after all. Team Tartarus securing the first match in a really dominating fashion. Well, let's just see if they can secure a clean sweep, or Peak to Plummet is going to be able to come back to Peak from plummeting. But anyways, let's just see how this game goes. Onto the casting desk, it's Debbie and Ray. So this game, it's going to be really interesting. We just discussed the draft already. What do you think about the laning phase so far?
Yeah, if we talk about laning phase, right, the mid lane is definitely gonna be more easier for Eden here, because of the late game, the weak clearing, weak early game for the Sicilian. The rotation wise, as we speak, high mobility for the Faramis, and for Tartarus, they are gonna be having a good time early rotating. But still, Kyle sensing out something, maybe Yefaba is trying to go for something here, but instead, right?
Yeah, Ifaiba does have the level 4. Kimi does have the shadow on top of him. There's the damage coming in, and Kimi looks like it's a deja vu. He's the first blood again. But maybe Kimi getting taken down first blood is a good, like a good luck, like a good omen for them. What if that's the case? What if Kimi is just getting taken down first, because that's a good sign of them, and onto the bot lane. Aizen, I think that was a little bad decision because Lucas just does not win. I mean, who wins against this dude? This 20
Yeah.
4 and especially on 27, it's just insane. And right now Hide is getting cornered. He's not level 4 yet, but Kimi is back here trying to provide the guidance, and just gonna go back.
Yeah, from what I understand from this Tartarus, right? They try to rotate onto the XP lane first, so as to have a good setup into the turtle. And as we speak, the setup is still there because for level 4 already for both of these meters and XP. But look at that, right?
Yeah, I wanted to go in for steal, but could not really do so. Aizen with the beast form, 27, caught in midst of it. But I think Kimi will be giving him the guiding winds to go back, because look at that, there's the shield. He's still going in, very aggressive, but he knows he can handle it because he is quite tanky. Onto the other hand, there's the Paiba looking for Eden. Does pop up the Oogie Shadow kill. There's the Nether Realm being wasted, but is that a win? Because they kind of forced it out.
I feel like, still the Ifaba has a shorter cooldown in comparison to the Netherrealm or Eden, so still, Tartarus has to be careful into the team fights now because one less.
Yeah, 80 seconds?
One less. Yeah, 80 seconds. It was it. Yeah, it was increased, right? So, yeah, he doesn't have the cooldowns yet, so possibly that. So 1 minute or so, they have to be careful now. They cannot dive. And meanwhile, for Yafaba, he can go in, try to focus and give pressure onto the goal inside, because as we speak, the focus is definitely onto the goal. But still, a rotation, maybe a double farming for Skyzen. Very good, selfless movement for Savit, where if it was me, I won't give it.
Oh, Kimi caught in the midst of it. There's enough damage from Skyzen, takes him down, because they know Eden doesn't have the ultimate, so they can commit to it. They are trying to punish Kimi as much as possible, but he's just a support. They need someone else. They need to pick off Kyle or Joseph at least. But so far the score sits at 2 for 1 as Team T peak to Plummet. Does seem like trying to get the game in control, but the objective, we just saw Joseph secure it without any issues.
Yeah, that has to be putting in a position where the economy is equal, right? So this game is still 50-50, but the early game, I thought that, Tartarus might have a better chance because they have a CEO and better damage than the CEO, than Hayabusa into the early game. But still, I mean, kudos to Peak, they were able to try to match up all the movement that has been done by Tartarus. And, Tartarus has been put in a position where they cannot go that aggressive like their signature style is. Because Peak, they're always available, but right now, 27 just trying to dive in.
Oh, 27 immediately goes in. There's the Venge just popped in, but Netherrealm also coming into the scene. Secret being used, but there's the AOG, comes on top of no one, unfortunately, but 27 will get taken down by Aizen. Aizen also pays back, immediately gets taken down. Joseph secures a kill onto Yaibaba as well. He's looking for a little bit more. Joseph wants to go in onto Savage Warrior. This is out enough damage. Takes a double kill, and Lemonade into the top lane, trying to buy her some time, but Joseph, does he want to go for triple? No, he's just gonna focus onto a turtle as Aizen rotates to the bot lane. This turtle also goes into the hands of Team Tartris as Peak is not able to do anything, and they kind of plummet in this team fight. Okay, Joseph still a little hungry. There's Kimi, goes in with the guiding winds. This is okay, will it be enough? There's a lot of damage dished out. Joseph, I feel like that was perhaps a bad decision, because a double kill onto Savage Warrior. I feel like that was a little bit too greedy and aggressive onto the ends. And Kyle, what is he doing? It looks like there was slightly a connection issue, but yeah, he's gonna go back to Beast fighting. It's always nice to see. On to the blue buff, Lemonade trying to provide the information, but nothing gonna happen just yet.
The jungles are secured by Peak here. The position is gonna be very valid and available. And still, the vision, that they give eye vision for Aizen, and Lemonade always perfectly on time. But low, the Sanguine Claws.
Lot of damage from 27, almost taking down Aizen, but Sanguine Claws and Lemonade tries to save them, but Aizen in a tough spot because he gets caught out, he gets taken down. Double kill for Kimi, he's trying to make a revenge play here, and right now Savage Player is the only one left, and there's a kill secured by Kyle. But right now, the score is 8-6, Tartarus leading the game onto their hands because they just took down 4, and Yaipaba was the only one left because he was pushing, splitting on the bottom lane.
One turrets into both of these teams' side, but still the economy wise as we speak, now Tartarus are turning all the tides. They are having the leads now, 2k goal leads. Yes, there we go. The bills are up, and Sicilian Savage Warrior already built out the anti-heal, but still, we cannot forget the Flash of Oasis into the hands of Kimi right now. So another sustainability for them. Neither realm is gonna be having a low cooldown when with that enchanted talisman onto Eden too. So this time around, Tartarus are gonna be more aggressive than they usually are, because into the goal inside, of course, we can see that the carry is already getting only one item still, but he is gonna be farming up, and maybe Pick and drag is these into the later part of this game where they can win out with the Savage Warrior and the carry into their hands.
Yeah, definitely right. But Lemonade this time around having the Gatot Kacha, which is something, it's a little. Gatot is in a weird place in the meta right now. Some people use him as a disengage, some people use him as an initiator, some people only use him to bait out the skills. So Lemonade's positioning is gonna be really crucial because look at that, he's getting chunked down really fast, he's getting melted. There's a disengage coming on, defensive AOG into the back. Aizen wants to go in, this is out the flash to flash combo. This is not enough damage because the shield from Kimi might just be a little bit too much. Both of the teams trade blow for blows, but no one taken down just yet. The turtle does spawn in and looks like they want to go in for a little bit more because 27 is still looking hungry. Kimi looking for a target. Aizen doesn't have enough sacred energy to go for it. Turtle also secured into the hands of Joseph as right now they proceed into the mid lane. Gonna be able to secure it. Yaifaba knowing full aware he can't really go in, but into the mid lane, Aizen probably gonna be the first one into the chopping block. Gets taken down, and right now Team Peak to Plummet. They're really struggling to make the comeback. They do have the Sicilian and carry, which will scale up into the later game. So perhaps maybe after the 12-minute mark, they can change the pace. But right now, Tartarus really taking the game into their hands.
Yeah, Tartarus are calling all the shots right there, and even with the first Lord that's gonna be coming into play, Peak might not be having a good time in trying to contest for it too, because they are in a back for 2 months at this point, and they have a highly dependent hero, that highly equipment dependent hero too. So maybe Tartarus can try to take out the turrets and freeze out the minions in order to not give up the stacks, because the story it's written like that. It feels like the neutral objective is focused onto the bot side by Joseph, and they are setting up for the Lord.
Yeah, and also the itemization, we can clearly see carry does get the staff finally, but is it going to really be enough? Because the Irisal already has a Windtalker and the Hasa's Claw, and gonna be building towards the Berserker's Fury, and it's gonna be done in any second right now. It does have all of the recipe items, so that's the main pass by, because look at the damage. Skyzen is not gonna be able to survive. AOG does come in, doesn't really connect into anyone. Off-cam kill, Joseph takes down Yaifaba all on his own solo, and right now 27 hungry for a little bit more, dives onto Lemonaire, but there's the secondary swarm being used or not. He doesn't have enough energy, but finally he has, goes in with the flash to flash combo. Is it gonna be enough damage? Because it is. They do take down 27, and Eden finally shut down into the hands of Savage Warrior, but Eden being the Faramis, he is gonna be able to respawn back immediately, and Savage Warrior, he's the only one left standing. Skyzen does come back, but right now, it's telling, because look at that. Berserker's Fury bought by Kyle 206. Bot lane inhibitors down. Mid tier 2 down. Team Peak to Plummet. They are definitely pushed back against the wall.
Worst case scenario, they do not have the holy defense on the top side of that turret too. So safe to say when the Lord comes in, even though it's not an enhance, it's the first Lord, which can be very vulnerable too. Even I feel like they can use this to try to deflect, to try to waste out that mid lane holy defense too. But still, the Lord might be marching onto the bot side, but we cannot tell. 176 stacks onto the hands of Savage Warriors, but it's already 10 minutes. Not the best, but still he's looking for it, right? He's just trying to be patient. Only 2 that's into his hands so far. Maybe they can try to defend and try to stack up a little bit, just trying to have that late game potential rolling on for them.
Oh, look at the damage dished out to Aizen. I'm not sure. Is it going for a little bit damage? Because Aizen is a little too squishy. He immediately got taken down, but at the same time, level difference. Joseph is level 15. Aizen still level 9. What is happening? Was that some issue, miscommunication for farm? Because he's still level 9. Joseph is level 15.
This is crazy, because as we see the damage, oh my goodness. No holy defense again. Bot side, top side, all very squishy. Oh, look at that, 27.
Okay, they're gonna get taken down immediately for confidence, but Nether Realm being popped off, but Aizen wants to go in for a little bit more. The flash to flash combo misses out. so that was a bad thing. But the Lord already into the base, dishing out the damage to the Nexus, and Team Tartarus, they're going to be able to... Oh, Kimmy goes in with a flicker combination. There's the guiding winds. Irithel comes in with a heavy crossbow, dishes out just enough damage, forcing them back into the base. Are they going to be able to end it? There's the taunt coming in as well. Eliminator, can he do it? Because there's so many minions storming into the base. He's going to get taken down by the dishing out damage from Kyle, Kimmy, and oh, look at Joseph, secures the kill, and looks like Tartarus, they're going to be reigning supreme as they still remain the giants into the tournament, North East Underdog Tournament, where they are the giants that looks like going to be in the top of the leaderboards, untouched as they clean sweep, peak to Plummet, another challenging giant that was proven not be, because Tartarus, they remain supreme.
Yeah, bring out the broom already. Tartarus, so amazing on the way they are playing. Yes, Ray, look at the builds, because for Aizen, he's got only the War Axe into his kit and just one dominance eye, so no damage, no defense whatsoever. So he's gonna be very, very squeezy. He's the main frontliner, and even though Lemonade was there, he's part of a setter. But still, if you are that squeezed into the XP lane, your team is not gonna be having the spacing that they need to try to dish out the damage. But a different story for 27 here. He was tanky, he got the defense, he got the timing, he got support from Mastilda, from Kibi. So yeah, safe to say, Kyle, he's left untouched because his position and the movement speed is also good, but still he had help from his team. Eden, Gimme, perfect combination of health insurance.
Yeah, definitely, right. And also, I just feel like t- Team Peak to Plummet, they could not really play around the fact that they need to hyperfixate on Kyle. They need to make sure that he doesn't get the position to farm. And looking at it, I kind of understand Aizen. I'm gonna be honest with you. For everybody's watching, don't play Lucas into the XP lane for a lot of reasons. You need the XP lane to be a frontliner, because look at that. Onto the opposing, there's a Phobius who just uses all of your dashes. Unless the Phobius has been banned out, unless you don't have the other options like the Hylos or the CC or the Gatotkacha, don't go for the Lucas, because I feel like he's the last option you want to go for. And Lucas really needs the itemization. He really needs the damage plus the defense to be tanky enough to initiate and actually create the impact into the game. And you can only make that happen if you're a jungler and you try to snowball into the XP lane. It's kind of matter of 1 versus 1. Do you win it out? Do you not? If you do not win it out, that means you kind of lose it. Can you make the impact into the team fight? He cannot. Lucas cannot once he loses the farm. He's built like a jungler, not like you know, like a tanky initiator. And that's the issue that I feel like Team Peak to Plummet kind of face into the game. I feel like the Lucas was first off picking aggressive. I thought Yaifava would be going for it. I was optimistic about it, but pushing him to the XP lane where he got punished a lot, didn't get enough items, was 1 item behind, 3 levels behind of what do you say, 27. He just could not sustain the damage that was coming to him, because that's the thing about Lucas. He has 2 forms. His Sacred Beast is much tankier. That's where you can kind of go for the initiations. But can you do that if you're really behind in farm? You can't really get the items to enhance your form if you are just behind, right? So pushing him into the XP lane was kind of the mistake. And also, they did not have proper, last options for the draft. The Sicilian came in a little bit too aggressive, I would say. They needed the Khalid because Mathilda really outrotated them. They could not match it. But still, hopefully Peak to Plummet, they kind of take the lessons from this. And Tartarus, they still remain the giants. And what the youth...
Yeah, for Tartarus, right? And they has, there's no one that I thought can defeat it, because Peak was the option, definitely the option. But still, yeah, we were talking about the draft too, right? That they were put in a position where the Gatot was forced upon them, and even Sicilian was too early. But if you want to combine a Gatot Kata and a Lucas, you want to have this insta burst kind, like even the Farsa or even the EF2, but they were the one actually banning it out. But they want to go drag out into the late game. But yes, into the first game, they did manage to drag the game just a little bit, and Tartarus kind of struggled into the late games, right? But still, the early with that much of a kill pressure for Tartarus combination, the Lucas didn't work, and even Aizen and Gatot Kata couldn't do anything about it, and the healing coming out from Eden as well as Kimmy. There was no response and absolutely nothing of a response. Even if Papa tried to dive in, tried to kill out the backliners, the sustain from those team, it was too much for them to handle.
Yeah, definitely right. And I think that's about it. It kind of solidifies that Tartarus is still the giant in this tournament. And overall, I feel like maybe even India, because they're just at the top form. I mean, it's been a while since they've been made, right? Together with a combination of Joseph, Kyle, Eden. Like, you guys already know them, but they're at the top form, and I feel like the other teams, they need to catch up. They need to try. Tartarus is basically a tyrant that they need to. I mean, if they're a titan, you need to be the Mikasa, but without the Fanny. And maybe become another tyrant. Maybe become another titan. Become Eren, right? Don't pick up the Yin though. It's not really good into the meta, but still, that game was definitely exciting, right, Debbie?
Yeah, that was exciting, and yeah, a battle with the Nagaland goal laners as we speak, and yeah, Kyle still stands strong. The goal lane
Yeah.
standard India, he stands strong. Skies and yeah, definitely still strong because his position wasn't off. He was good. He was playing good, but still, it depends on drafts and executions too. So it's a team game. It's a 5v5 situation. No one can outshine another one. But still, Kyle is good. He's just too amazing. This guy. What is he made of? He's just a kid too, and he has lots of potential and lots of ways to grow up more.
Yeah, definitely, right. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that was the match between Tartarus and Peak Plummet. It was definitely a match that we've been looking forward to, but Tartarus again shows that why they're superior, why they're the better team, and why they're still at the top of the leaderboards. And I don't think other teams will be able to take them down anytime soon. But still, the other positions still matter, right? The second, third, fourth positions still matter, and the competition is still going to be going because Team Dads and Sons and Team Zohan is going to be the next match. So if you're looking forward to Insane, and if you're looking forward to Dusty Mizo, let's see who brings out the broom and let's see who's the one swiping, right? So, Debbie, are you not looking forward to that game? Of course.
Oh my
You're going to be
God.
casting, all right? You're going to be casting. She's going to be casting, guys.
I wanted to watch though, but yeah, Zohan versus DNS, both chaotically beautiful teams, messy and all that, and you know what? Fighter jungle versus assassin jungle is gonna be interesting. Ray, will you? You
Yeah.
know, you even if you don't cast, just stay tuned. You just try to be in the chat because it's gonna be one heck of a team fight combination we are gonna see.
Yeah, definitely. But ladies and gentlemen, that was about for Tartarus versus Peak to Plummet, where Tartarus gained a clean sweep, an unexpected one, because I was expecting a game number 3, but they just showed themselves superior. But anyways, that's about it for this match. Right, next match is gonna be Dads and Sons and Zohunt, and we're going to be diving straight into the game after a while because obviously it's still a little bit early. I mean, we were not expecting Tartarus to be clean sweeping so fast. It was a really fast-paced game. So Dads and Sons and Zohunt will be here soon. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back into that game as well. This was Ray and Debbie, and we'll catch you on to the next time. But obviously, stay tuned for the last match of the evening between Team Dads and Sons and Zohunt.
Players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardroom Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
guys, is the tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardroom Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
Dear doomed king, the time has come to cast away that frail mortal shell. Join me in eternity.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy tales? Who deserves to live happily ever after? Be good, and you will have a loving home. Be kind, and you will be shown kindness. Be gracious, and you will find true love.
It's all your fault!
I want my
I was just having some fun.
Your mother died because of you!
What a bunch of drivel. Break those chains! Embrace your rightful power! I really love a good fairy tale. Who will be the lead of our next story?
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardrum Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardrum Games. So do follow them and yeah, see you in the tournament and I will be casting too.
A giant tail above the waves. Is it a sea monster?
Do you like fairy?
Hello, welcome back, guys, and I hope we did not make you guys wait for too long because we are finally back with the final match of the day, which is gonna be happening between Team D&S and Team Zohan right now. This is the North East Underdogs Tournament, hosted by none other than your Wardroom Games. And on to the casters text. This is your caster Zero. And of course, alongside with me will be none other than Debbie. So, Debbie, are you excited today?
Yeah, Dior, you know what? I was excited. These two perfectly chaotic team fighting combination of a squad are gonna be brawling each other. So of course they are friendly, they are rivals, but they are gonna be facing each other today. So it's gonna be amazing to say the least. But yeah, we have to head into the drafting phase because we can't wait any longer. Because even if we are a little bit behind onto the schedule, all the teams are fired up and ready, so we will step into this drafting phase. The NS have the first pick, meanwhile Zohan will be on to the second pick.
Yep, two of the most chaotic teams ever fighting each other out, and we
Always
all
on the
know
way.
how good the teams plays. Their plays are quite the unpredictable ones at times. So of course it will be a element of surprise to see the bans and picks of both the teams. But yes, for now I guess it is the standard bans.
Fight for the
coming in,
ultimate
the
answer.
Matilda, and of course the Hayabusa. Now since they have the first pick, I don't think they would be going for a Fanny ban, but for the side of Zohan, they kind of need to target at Fanny because Insane is there on that Fanny, Debbie.
Yeah, Insane definitely you don't want to give out the Fanny to him, but either way, Zohan sticking to the
Immortal
primal
One chose
that
me
they
to
always
vanquish the
have.
shadows
The
that
Hayabusa
plague
has
this
to go, but
world.
oh, look at that! Fanny completely open. The Suya was the choice of
Experience the
ban here. But
euphony
you
of
know what? For
suffering.
Zohan, they don't really prioritize banning Fanny, right? Because they who can play out the fighters. No, even there are times that the market appears for him as well. So maybe they are keeping it lightly and not letting them sow the cause as well. But look at that. X marks the spot. None other than Asian Z picking out the Grander very early on.
Yep, quite early, but
Time
we
to
all
drop
know
the
Granger
beat
is
of
a
the flash.
priority pick in almost all the tournaments. So, yeah, they will be going for the Granger, and Lucas and Farsa coming in.
When you
Farsa is
gaze
quite
into
early,
the
I would
abyss,
say. They could still, go for any EXP that is quite powerful. But yeah, overall, Insane leaving out that Fanny and going for that Joy. I guess they are gonna be going for a little slow paced match. But we do have the Selena getting picked out as well, so the Abyssal Arrow will be a problem, and we all know how much he's done. So yeah, against the Granger, the Harriet would work quite well, but it's also we gotta talk about those players. They are really good at the heroes that they play. So here counter is like 20%, and the rest is just the player skills.
Yeah, that has to be true. Micro, this is an Insane tops above all, but still, picking up the Joey when there's Harriet still available instead of banning it out, I feel like they are, discussing this a little bit too fast, and even the Fanny has been completely ignored. It would have been a perfect choice here, but still, into the mid side for the NS, it has to be the Selena, but it's just trying to go and trying to disrupt the feather airstrike. That's the only thing that I can know, because you can't really stand out onto the Harriet, do you? So this has to be dependent on how the micro this season is. So as far as I'm concerned, tanky lineups are what you have to ban away. So Tigreal, the Badang has to go. On top of that, the Gatot Gacha and the Joehead ban away. In fact, the NS will ban out the Joehead. So no healer so far for Zohan. The Cooper comes into play, and surprise, the box, Is it gonna be into the hands of Are, or is it gonna be Kore Cutie who's gonna be using these Baksa? Because we have seen this guy, he was using onto that XP lane as well, and they did make it work. So this is what we are talking about, right? The weird combination, the chaos that these two teams have. They don't stick to paper, do they?
Yep. I mean, how often do you see a Basha in the EXP or in the roam position? Basha he is basically used for the jungle, but here we're seeing the hands Basha in the hands of maybe Corey Cutie or maybe Array right there. We never know when the picks are gonna be changed, but yeah, look at that, CC getting picked out in the hands of family problem right there. I guess it would be the prime, but as you know, it's just a guess. Hylos going against a CC, maybe in the EXP, and Baksha maybe onto the roam position, but the lack of magic burst damage from Selena, Joy makes up for it. So I guess the combo works out really, really well for both the teams. And already the frontliners are looking great as well. They've got the Lucas, they've got the Kufra as well. Kufra for that Joy, quite perfect. And of course, but I feel like the beefiness is more onto the side of DNS right now.
Yeah, this is what we're gonna be seeing, because witness the competition for both of the chaotic and greatly personified team into the land of all, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of 3 series, DNS versus Zohan. The Giants, who are into the mid table, are competing out here, just wanting to score that point for Zohan. They want to climb up. For DNS, they want to be out of that red zone. As we can see, the brawler is going to be up to right here into the mid side. The little wanderer finally secure. Oh, okay. You know what? There are some changes here. Okay, the Corey Cutie is into the box. There we go. We got our answers.
Yep, Corey Cutie is onto that Basha, which means he'll be going against a CC. I guess it kind of works because CC also has the, oh my god, look at that. First blood already in the hands of X-Master Spot going against Prime. I mean, that was also kind of a assisted kill, but yeah, there we go. The pickoff is definitely there. But back to my point, the Basha against a CC, I think it should work really well, but Dusty Mizo, look at that, he just caught him in the middle. Insane takes the kill, takes his own kill, and that is 2 score in the side of DNS.
Oh my goodness, that was a good start, a baffling start to say the least, because DNS so far early game hasn't been there much of a party, right? They have to be dependent onto the mid game, but oh, there must be something here. Okay, Ade, he's safe, he's just a highlight, so thank you. But the stun, Porcupine?
Porcupine definitely landed that stun, but it was a family problem, so he's kind of bad.
He's tanky. He's so tanky, so there has to be something. But oh, look at that Tartarus rage, insane, diving in.
Insane diving in, but Dusty takes the kill in his hands off that turtle. He gets taken down though. Insane onto the chopping block next. Fade and on that first doing a really, really impressive job. He gets stunned. Selena tries to go in, but he won't be because family problem is there to save the day from, save Faden from all the problems. But one more stun off that abyssal arrow, although he won't be committing any more.
3 minutes onto the game and 3-2 for the scoring. DNS onto the lead. Meanwhile, the economy is equal, I will say. But so far, DNS are making this early game work. But still, we cannot forget, Faye D is onto the Farsa. This guy plays the Farsa like an assassin. So we have to watch out for him, what he can do into the mid lane, because he has always been performing quite well. Oh, the retribution. Okay, there we go. That's insane that we know he's not gonna be securing the retribution onto the lethal, but still focus onto the gold lane.
Yep, gold lane array does take the initiative. Family problem gets taken out. Prime onto the man force and Chrono Dash doing the damage, but X-Master Spock will be retreating with that slither of HP, same with array as well. But Pokemon gets stunned in the hands of Faden, but there won't be any casualties. Although the abyssal arrow does hit, array charges in. Prime, on to the other hand, he will be escaping without any scratches.
no Purify for a Prime as of now, and Faden as well. So Porcupine will be having a great time just trying to stun out these backliners into this allotted time that he's given. But still, playing it safe. Zohan, they know that they don't have their special available. But oh, look at that!
Porcupine gets taken out. The feathered airstrike. I mean, even if the feathered airstrike did not hit, he would have been taken out already. But look at that. Insane trying to go for a win. The retribution gets used up. Win really, really low. Corey Cutie gets inside the turn. Revitalize gets used up. But no, Faden comes from behind. Says Insane, it's not your day today. We're gonna take it. And Corey Cutie might be in trouble again. Family problems slowing him down. Although the not there. He was trying to jump over the wall, but the wheel is not tall enough to jump, so he gets taken down, and the turtle in hands of Zohunt.
What a Kumar movement from Corey Cutie right there, but oh, look at that, Zero.
Still, the engage coming in. Look at that, Dusty Weasel going in between the turrets. He will be taken down though because there was no minion and no backup as well. Family problem might be in problem this time because Insane is coming with the electrifying beads and he escapes because he is quite tanky, and Prime as well, not able to secure the kill on Array.
The chaotic weirdness of these two teams, as we can see, both making the same mistakes and both under the towers, but still we cannot forget what a good read for both of the ones who were targeted. Yeah, we have to focus onto the goal lead as we speak, because right now Prime and Gami having the same amount of goal, but still Gami is gonna go for the Sky Piercer, right? He has to because he is a Granger. He's gonna be focusing up, but oh, Faden might be stunning out, but still he already got the anti-heal onto his kit. But we cannot forget that Porcupine might be building out the book, the talisman, in order to have the cooldown. So no damage just yet, but oh, look at the stun win.
Prime is in danger. Porcupine goes in. Look at that. Escapes, but no. The abyssal arrow is there. Okay, the HP is too low actually. But Array gets taken out. Monster kill for Farza right there. Zoning. X-Monster spot out as well as the minions. Trying to save the turret, and maybe one last hit from X-Monster spot would have done the job, but he will be forced to get back, although they are still looking for a fight because there's 4 people surrounding him. Kufra does charges with X-Monster spot is in danger. He gets taken out in the hands of Dusty Weasel right there. Family problem quite low, but Corey Cutie will be going in. But will they be committing because the beast form Dusty Weasel is going to be using up that, and the defender gets stunned. It will be cancelled. Faden though secures a godlike to Porcupine on that Selena right there. Array quite low as well. Revitalize gets used up, and Corey Cutie trying to go for a fight, trying to look for an initiation, but he gets taken on instead. Insane does go in. Family problem onto the chopping block. Win trying to go for Insane as well, but I feel like they will be stopping for now because that's too much chaos for today.
Okay, another feather airstrike connecting, but still the Rondo is there to survive. But Faden might be in trouble, but he's doing the same thing that he usually do with the flight, with the wings, fire wings that win, taking a lot of damage, but a lot of, a slow in response from DNS side, I would say. But then the rotation coming out from Corey as well was perfectly on time, but still Zohan were fast enough in the survivability, but still as of now DNS needs to focus on Faden here, the Farsa, but still the killing spree.
Dusty Weasel too much into that turtle pit, that too alone. I mean the team, the back was not there yet, and he got taken down by 4 people right there. So you gotta watch out your back, otherwise you're gonna get bursted by everyone that is there. Although Zohan is doing a really great job. They are kind of being all over the place as well. Mid lane, there might be an initiation because look at that. Feathered airstrike gets used up. Porcupine gets taken out. Insane does it. Land is shut down onto Faden. Mega kill in his hand. Family problem really, really low. The Dead Sonata coming in from X-Monster Spock, but not enough to bust Family problem down.
Yeah, that was... they take one problem down, but still, oh, look at that!
Yep, still more engages to go because Prime and Win, they are getting targeted from DNS because DNS they're getting lower, but Yeah, although I feel like the map control is there, the chances of having having the tide of the game, it kind of depends on both the teams because anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, that has to be it. But as we speak, Johan are the one actually losing out onto the turret. Two turrets onto the hands of DNS, but still Skypiercer onto the hands of Gami. And we cannot forget Holy Crystal already onto the hands of Insane in 8 minutes. That is, but it's 9 minutes now, so he's gonna be dishing out the damage, the required damage that we are looking for. And yeah, the lantern onto the hands of Aiden too will be dishing out the damage for the tankier members. But Corey, with the turtles presence, I feel like he's gonna be tanky. But look at that, the ghost pathway.
Yup, to initiate, of course, Dusty Mizo will be the first one to get taken down. Insane gets taken out in the hands of Farza right there. Fade and Family Problem gets taken down. Win is taking his sweet time, taking Corey Cutie out. And, the chase is still there, but the stun does land onto Fade and rejecting their advances of having another team fight because they are quite low, and two of the remaining are one of the most damage dealers. But Pookie will he commit to get off Prime? But no, they do not, because they know that he got that burst, he got that chrono dash, he got that force, so of course he will be dishing away from any of the advances.
Yeah, that has to be the story here as we are looking at the resources as of now. Two purifiers already up, and this is the part where the NS cannot try to initiate, because two purifiers, if you want to try to go in, it will not be enough. Even with the stunts on Porcupine, if he deals out the abyssal arrows, might not be the best call to go out. But mid lane might be to the focus. Look at that.
Mid lane focus is definitely coming, but no commitment so far because the Lord is up, and both of the teams, they are trying to take control over the Lord, although right now it's in the hands of DNS. But the tide might change anytime because we might be seeing an advances coming in, because look at that, look at the positioning, Debbie.
There's they are just trying to tease out onto the Lord, right? Just trying to see if they can go try to burst down the Lord, but still Zohan, they know this, so they do not want to give DNS the betterment of taking out this Lord as fast as possible. But look at that, the stun is still up, but yeah, Prime, he has to survive. But look at the charge. Okay, family problem, not committing on to anything, just playing it slow.
Yeah, definitely the Abyssal Arrow did land onto Payton, but he was able to get away. Engage coming in from Array right there with help of his glorious pathway, but the curtain call is there to stop them. Look at that, X-Box Smoke gets taken out, and Mizo right there. Prime gets taken out, Insane bursts him down right there. Corey Cutie really low. He does manage to escape, and that is one great of a team fight, because 1-for-1 trade and both are gold laners, so overall really great result. But look at that, Insane is still thirsty, goes for Family Problem, gets taken down. Win as well in the hands of Pookie Pine. Now Lucas, Dusty Mizo, and Faden is the only one remaining, and this is the perfect time for Team DNS to go for a Lord, unless they kind of pull out something. Array does spot Faden. He will be stunned, and of course, the Feathered Airstrike won't be doing much of a damage. Look at that. Dusty Mizo is alone, but he's still committing to it. It looks like a bad decision, and Prime is forced to back away.
You know what, Dusty is known for those kind of skirmishes, right? He goes for something very questionable, but still, DNS knowing fully well that they cannot start the Lord with Insane's retribution accuracy. They have to wait to take down the opponent jungle, so yeah, that has to be it. But yeah, 480 Capriccio stacks on Gami. It's already 12 minutes, so 13 going, so understandable, but still, he's stacking up quite a lot, and on top of that, he already got the Malefic Roar and the anti-heal, the Sea Hell bursts, and another sustainability. So this is going to be giving him a perfect opportunity to dive in if the sets are made. But we cannot forget, Prime, he already secured that Holy Crystal onto his hand, so he is also ready. Gami is also ready, so whoever are going to be making the choice to fight, it's going to be a war zone with lots of blood gonna be spilled. But still, DNS with the discipline, I would say very rare to see them, but still with the discipline taking out the mid lane.
Very rare to see indeed, but look at the they're engaged, coming in. Faden does get away, but the Feathered Airstrike will be doing the damage. Corey Cutie gets taken down in that pursuit, and that is one really unfortunate thing for and having being an EXP laner. You've gotta die for your teams as well as your tank as well. But yeah, you both are gonna be soaking up the damage, But yeah, it's all for now. It's all good for now, and the inhibitors are the only ones remaining.
Yeah, the inhibitors, but they have to waste out onto this holy defense, right? They do not want their lord to be wasted with just the knock off the holy defense, but still, three inhibitors standing for the side of Johan. Meanwhile, DNS, they have their mid lane towers all healthy, so this is gonna be giving them an opportunity longer, even if they did throw a little bit, I would say. But still, yeah, they have a Selena, right? When you open out onto the map, when you have a Selena, the stuns are gonna be coming everywhere, and you're gonna be the nuisance, the annoyance, the hindrance that the opponent do not want to face upon. So this is getting good for DNS. They are sitting in a perfectly comfortable position where they can try to go look for the sets, but still they have to be careful too, because Faden, even with the deaths that he had, he is so farmed up.
Yeah, quite fond of, but Prime on the other hand, he's kind of struggling. He got a 0.36 KDA, and if you compare it with X Master Spot, that's a huge difference. Both
Yeah.
are gold laners, and you've got to have the burst. I mean, even if you look at the itemization, X Master
Yeah.
Spot he is all done with his itemization, and Harriet he
Yeah.
still has two left. So that is one gold gap coming in, but Insane
Yup.
trying to look for a fight. Look at that, Corey Cutie tries to go in, but I guess it is all just to zone Zohunt away because the Lord will be spawning in soon.
Yeah, that is a perfect decision for them to make, and on top of that, but still, I would say, Prime not having the best of his time. He's gonna be needing the Divine Glaive in order to survive, but still, the Feather Airstrike is coming in for the John. But oh, Hayden might be in trouble. Taken down easily.
Faden, oh my goodness, X Master Spot, his damage is coming in. Faden gets on the chopping block. Oh, there is another engage coming in, Debbie, but look at that, Win might be in danger. He gets taken out in Hands of Insane right there. Family problem is between, but he will be escaping from all of his problems away, and the Lord will be marching in from the back line, but Prime gets taken down in the hands of X Master Spot. So two people remaining for the side, and the Lord is coming in, so it will be quite a hard defend. But yeah, they still have Faden on that feathered airstrike, so we gotta watch out.
Yeah, we gotta watch out, but still, the cancellation is there. The glorious power killing free for Gami onto the grandeur, but still, the feather airstrike be used in order to clear out the minions. A very wise decision for Johan here for trying to have their full potential, using their high ground to their advantage, but still, oh, Faden might be in trouble. Okay, look at that.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. The HPs are quite low, but they also can commit. But Win gets taken down. Dusty Mizo onto the chopping block next. And with that, the crystal was wide open. And first score in the hands of DNS getting secured right there.
Oh, DNS. They are making up for the times that they weren't able to win the games, and why pick out the venue when you can use the joy, right? See, DNS insane cooking finally onto the joy, 10.6 onto the score, getting the MVP. And unfortunately for Johan, Prime wasn't able to have the timing of his life, not being able to farm up as much as he used to onto the Harriet. And we cannot forget Gami, as always, X marks the spot. He was so far ahead in comparison. When Prime was 8k gold, he already got a stacks all onto the Capristo, the Sky Piercer, and on top of that, he had 11k gold into his hand. So that just means that he's gonna be full built. And as we can see, 13 already into the hands, so he's gonna be dishing out the required amount of damage that they were looking for. And yeah, Johan, they unfortunately for them, they cannot play around the Lucas jungle. Maybe they couldn't come terms to it, maybe, and possibly they were used to the support rooms that they used to have, that they couldn't adjust much onto the setup of a tank that they have now. So possibly in the next game they might, just try to go back to their own meta that they preserve for themselves.
Yep. This time, I feel like Zohan, they kind of need to put their focus on Prime in their second match because I feel like he was a little neglected, and
Neglected.
X-Mark
Yeah.
Squad was definitely dominating the whole match. And of course, the advantage of having a Bakshia in your team is that he's got quite a fast of a rotation. Even if you go for the
Mm-mm.
jungle or the EXP, he's got his wheel. He's gonna roll on his wheel, come all the way from his lane, come towards the lane. You can engage in a 5v5, right? So that
Mm.
is one plus point. And the amount of rotation, it kind of excels more than a Khalid or maybe a more than a Chow, yeah, rotation
Oh,
as well.
so.
So overall, the anti-heal capability of Baxia really did the job as well because they had the Harriet and Harriet did not have any chance to land a single blow onto any of the members, and that is how you're supposed to play out your whole team composition, right, Debbie?
Yeah, that has to be true. They were making full use to the feather airstrike and the Zaman force combination, which was kind of something that they usually go for. But still, for Johan, they can still stick with the Arsa because Faden, yeah, he was amazing onto that. But still, they could pick out something different into the jungle, or maybe they're used to the high defense jungle and a support and a healer. So maybe this can be the change into their drafting phase because we will be jumping into the second draft directly. No need for breaks because we know you want to see your fans favorite DNS gonna be bringing out because I can tell because as a fan you want to see your team winning as well. So Johan, they are still 0 on to the score, so they will be you know putting their all in into this second game because they do not want to be swept. They are in a table into the third position. They want to climb up against to be on top of a peak. So this is their chance. So what could they ban here? Because right now Johan first ban, first pick DNS, second ban, and second pick.
Yep, definitely. Now this is gonna be quite hard for Zohan because it's the match point, and of course it's a best of three, so you still have two more chances. But this time it's gonna be Dad and Sons DNS as we say. They're gonna be leading, and Zohan will be trying to follow up that. So they're gonna have to give up their A game, and we all know how Zohan they kind of come back in any of the matches. So I'm hoping we get a very, very interesting, chaotic
Yeah.
composition lineup because I don't know. I'm kind of expecting an Alice, but I might be just
Yeah.
delusional. But we'll have to see. So overall, they're just having the respect bans coming in. Insane's joy gets taken away from their hands, and same with the Hayabusa. So two assassin bans and one gold, of course, and the everlasting Zushin as well.
The everlasting Zeusin is the way to go. So X marks the spot. He did not want to play the Grander this time around. They are the one actually banning it up. But still, as we can see, onto the side of Zohan sticking to their classic ban of the Hayabusa because they do not want to face it and they don't use it on top of that. So what the joy and the hilos may be a possibility that they do not want to face it because game one it was they were the problem. Joy was the problem. Insane got the holy crystal in 8 minutes. That means he's in lead. He's got the damage. He's got the maneuverability onto that hero too. So yeah, there we go. The bans are out, and Matilda ban obviously is gonna be up, but Johan still sticking to what they believe is best for Prime. And Prime, when everyone was, going for the Grandeur, he goes for the Harriet. And even if the Grandeur was open, I'm sure he's gonna be going for the Harriet still. So as of now, DNS, what will they go for here? The Phobias? And what? And what else? What else? What else?
Maybe a
Fanny?
Farsa.
Oh,
Fanny
Farsa.
is still open though. Farsa, I mean, it could work, but you gotta wait for
Oh,
the.
still.
You still goes for the Selena, so really interesting choice. Pookie point on to Selena yet again. I mean, we saw in the last game how the arrows were hitting, how she was canceling almost all of the feathered airstrike and initiating. I mean, it helped in initiation as well.
Yeah.
So I guess the team cons is working out really well. But look at that.
Zohan.
The Zohan makes his appearance. Now the question is, will Family Problem go on a Joehead roam or the Joehead EXP is coming because it's Zohan? You can
You'll never know.
You gotta expect your expectations, So yeah, we'll keep that possibility. But yeah, Faden picking up that Vixana a safe choice, I would say.
Will the Cho come in here? Because Cho-Selena combination deadly, but still, it may be too much of a pickup. But yeah, Fanny might come into play here, but against a Zohan, possibly Insane might scare away. But if he have the confidence, can go for it. But will they secure a hero for Gami? Actually, that has to be a something. Okay, Fanny go. Okay, this guy got the balls. He's confident. He's confident. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Exactly the word I'm looking for. But yep. Right now Zohan will be not Zohan, but DNS will be banning other heroes. So what could be the possibility that they can ban? Okay, jungle, alpha.
Now I see that Badang is still open. So if Zohan gets their hands on Badang, then it might be quite of a pickle for Insane on that Fanny. But seeing that they might just go for that ban, but they still go for all the tanky lineup yet again. The Tigreal getting denied for Array because we know how his implosions are, and we know how good his implosions are, and he's really good at that Tigreal. So yeah, I would not want to face against someone who uses Tigreal that way. I mean, I would be running for my life. So I guess that is a really huge respect ban coming in from the side of Zohunt. And one more, what ban could they be going for? Because DNS, they decide to ban out that Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas is a great ban, I would say. Just because it doesn't perform well until the first game, it just means that Dusty, can redeem himself onto the second game, and especially when you are onto the hero like a Fanny, you do not want to face a tanky jungler onto the other side. And yeah, you know what? These Japanese bans, I can't see clearly, but yeah, it's definitely the carry ban. So possibly Win is trying to go for those big sustain heroes. Still, it's tough for guys, but okay, there we go. It's not a Cho combination, it's gonna be the Gacha and the Selena combination. So there we go. The clearance is gonna be better into the mid lane, but still, this is a Vexana. You don't want to face it, but okay, you're runners. It reminds me of you know who.
Oh my god! Yeah, we all know who it reminds us of. We all know.
Uranus. There we go.
Yep. We all know who that Uranus reminds us of, and it's kind of giving. But look at that, Baxia gets picked up yet again. This time though, onto the side of Zohunt, I guess they are gonna be going for all out as well. So it does look like a Baxia jungle this time, not onto the EXP, not onto the roam. But overall, I feel like Jawhead is a pick-off hero, so he would be going for a Selena and maybe the marksman as well. And Uranus is gonna be going there to tank while Baxia slows your enemy down as well. So the main damage dealer would be the Harith. So this time, Prime kind of needs to be on focus. So he needs to have that early game snowball as well. And it feels like it would be a little hard because Fanny is there. She can just come in anytime. You gotta watch out. But after a long time, we are seeing a Natan here. So, I mean, all of the good MNs were almost taken out. So, Natan is kind of the candidate for going against Harith. Yep.
The carry ban, now it makes sense. They want to go to the Baxia jungle, they want to go to Uranus, and they want to go for the Harris into the gold lane side. So carry really coming into play definitely well. But still, for Destined Sons, they have the Selena, but they do not have the required magic damage that, the Selena, the required magic damage. The Selena doesn't provide that much. So yes, very understandable, Nathan. The extra magic damage has to come into play, but we cannot forget this Nathan is gonna be needing a lot of equipment, a lot of time, a lot of gold as well. He's gonna be needing the double farm, the triple farm even. So we have to wait and see how the early game goes on for DNS here because they are looking forward to the clean sweep. Meanwhile, can Johan clap back and try to prolong this game into game 3?
They might just be able to because I feel like they should be determined. Even though they're on the kind of the top positions of the leaderboards, you still gotta keep going. Otherwise, the other will the others will go up against you, and you can't really be slacking off any time in this tournament since it's a league stage, of course, the round robin format. But speaking of tournaments, these are the top dogs that are going against each other, and there is still the registration of underdogs going on as well. It ends tomorrow, so you have a chance till tomorrow to register and take the cash prize take cash prize from that 60k prize pool away for yourself. So I think you should really take that chance. And yeah, but coming back to the point, right now, as you said, Nathan, he needs his equipment, so as Harriet as well. So it's gonna be race against time, which one more of the build more. But look at that win. He's stuck between 3 people. I mean, if he was able to get away there, I would have found win one of the top Uranus users. But yeah. Overall, it's the win. So you've gotta watch out for back as well.
And did Faden just miss out 1 million? It looks like it because he's only level 2 now. Meanwhile, Porcupine already level 3, but still the Sinister getting stunned, but he does have the lethal into his hand. So one more lead, but oh, look at it, Zane.
Zane is getting marked, and he's trying to go for a level 4, but he's not able to. Corey Cutie though, look at that, really low figure gets used. The family problem is the one to fall. That is quite surprising, but Dusty Mizo, yet again, that was a failed engage coming in, and Vixana gets stunned. Look at that. Although Selena does not commit this time, Faden, he really saved his his behind, but
yeah. That was close. Don't cancel he did not say anything, but yeah, we have to focus right onto the goal fight field. The combination is kind of weird. Oh, Porcupine forced to flicker out the stun landing nonetheless, but he's gonna have to back away because the turtle is already up, and well, the better set is definitely the one. But oh, insane!
Retribution! I mean, that's gotta be one of the rarest moment in the tournament, but look at that, Faden gets taken down. A really escalated situation coming in, and family problem lands his hit and punishes Insane for taking that turtle. And look at that, the Zohan, they do survive, but the score is in the hands of DNS, although the goal difference is not looking quite much, but yeah, it's there. It's gonna grow gradually.
Yeah, just one turtle is actually scary because it's already giving X marks the spot the level lead in comparison with Prime, and he's gonna be having the goal lead definitely too. So yeah, 1 minion is also missed by Prime still. The rotator for coming out from both of the goal laners is fast, and I would say they want to go do the double rotation, otherwise they're gonna be lacking time. But still, that thing though, he might try to look for something, but the thing is, I feel like he doesn't have the way to drive it.
Stoppable force getting used up. Porcupine gets ejected all the way to his base. And look at that family problem getting taken down as well. Array really low. taken out by X-Monster's spot right there. Corey Cutie really low as well. But Dusty Mizo will be escaping, will be recalling back to his base while Uranus onto the top lane, Win getting the extra gold for himself, securing the chance and securing all of the waves before Corey Cutie arrives. Now, look at that. Oh, still goes for an engage. Family Problem, the unstoppable force, but no. He gets taken out inside the turret, but Faden onto the chopping block again. Insane and his Fanny. What are we gonna say? Because look at that, he gets away with that little bit of HP even after killing.
There was some flashy alpha male movement right there onto. Yeah, insane. This guy is on the Fanny and he's not gonna be stopping. What the stun?
Stun is there, but the engage won't be there. Corey Cutie going for the turtle. They're running insane once again, taking the turtle away from Dusty Mizo and secured his way, but Family Problem trying to go after him. He will be failing though. He will be recalling Array really low. Revitalize gets used up. AOG connecting, zoning them out, but Prime will be taking his kill, and Pookie Pine onto the backline as well, ejected inside his own base while Corey Cutie is in the hands of Prime right there. Insane is there for Win, but I don't think he can burst a Uranus down right now given the fact that he's really tanky. So overall he's gotta go around and play those poking games.
You know what, I think DNS, as long as Gami doesn't die onto that Natana, they have the late game security and will be able to secure this mid to late game for us. But still, as we focus onto the goal, I could not see what Gami is going for, but definitely it might have to be, you know, he can go for the Starlim side and the basic attack thingy.
Yep, Feather of Haven.
Yeah, Feather of Haven, here we go. It wasn't gonna see through my mind, but oh, look at that, insane.
Yep, insane. He will be away, but look at that. AOG connecting perfectly on two people. Insane dives in. Family Problem gets taken down. Insane gets away with that kill in his hand. Then with a split of HP yet again. Now this is what we are talking about. Insane on that Fanny. Never leave Fanny open in front of Insane, because first match he proved us that he can play with he can win the game without Fanny, and second match he's just showing how much he can dominate with that Fanny right now. And it's kind of interesting that he went for a Warcry emblem. Like it's not common to see a Warcry on the Fanny, you know, until and unless you hit all of your stats onto your opponents, and that is another level of confidence in that emblem that you have.
Maybe that's possibly why he's been using much more Cabo, you know, than he usually does, and it's so flossy and it's just dealing the damage, the amount of damage that he needs. He's diving in a
Faden though, he's trying his best to survive. Insane does land his kill, mega kill in his hand, gets away yet again. Another deja vu coming in, but look at that, Family Problem is forced to flicker away, but the ult from Natan, he won't be able to connect anything though. Win onto chopping block next, but he's quite tanky. Revitalize gets used up. Array trying to engage, but won't be happening. That won't be happening, but the fight is definitely around Turtle Pit. And look at that, Corey Cutie going for Prime. The Inferno Pursuit comes in. The Man Force as well as the Chrono Dash from Head, saving him from any further pursuit from that Phobius.
Oh, this is a great start for the core, for the turtle, but still DNS up so fine, but he got caught out of nowhere. So unfortunate for them. Zohan now in a perfect position where they can start for this turtle, but Insane, you know, he's just trying to wait for something so he can get it. Oh, there we go.
Almost. I mean, 2 out of 3 turtles. So I guess that's a win, but still going for, I mean, look at Insane. He's just circling around those walls, trying to bait out any possible kills. But look at that, a fight happening inside the turret. Family Problem goes all the way back to Pookie Pine, but they will be trying to escape. The turtle guy knocking up 3 people, but Family Problem will be falling down. Win yet again. Prime as well, triple kill for Insane right there. He might be going for a maniac, and that is in his hands. So a full team wipeout, but unfortunately there was no Savage.
There was a. It's kind of, I'm dismayed that he does not have the savage, but still, minute counts right on the Fanny with those flashy movement that he had, and I feel like he's just making up for the losses that they had into the previous tournaments that they have been playing. But that was very impressive, insane, doing the insane amount of damage, and we have to see that the bills are up, and he's already got the Malefic Roar, and on top of that, the Sea Halberd to just try to counter out Dusty onto that Baxia too. So very understandable. But then again, the things are up for the tankiness of defense. Okay, Porcupine.
Look at that. Porcupine gets ejected, but family problem once again in the problem. Cory Cutie killing spree in his hands right now. ALG connecting perfectly onto two people on the back line. Insane going for win, but not being able to. Dusty gets taken down in middle. Prime is on the chopping block next, but Win gets caught up in Cory Cutie's hand, and he will be getting taken on in the hands instead of Prime right there. So I mean, if you're that low on health, you gotta get back, otherwise the same is gonna happen to you. So yeah, learn from your mistakes.
6k goal into the hands of DNS. There we go. This is the lead that they usually don't have. But oh my goodness, another Holy Crystal secured by X marks the spot. So this guy is gonna be shredding your front line, and he's the damage. He's a magic damage dealer. So any kind of defense might not work, and even the rules for mature ward. But Prime solo killed by Insane onto the top lane. Unfortunate. But yeah, Lord is the AOD.
Yep, AOD, I feel like it was sure, same with the entropy from Nathan as well. Quite early, but he gotta escape, so he gotta use up his resources, otherwise he's gonna end up in the landfill. But yeah, it's quite low the cooldown, so of course they are gonna be going for the Lord, and I guess
with this much tankiness that they have, I feel like Zohan might be having a better chances, but still, insane with the pure domination into the early game, right? That's just giving the chance for Gami X marks the spot to farm up to use up his
he gets used up again. Burst his Prime down. That is a solo kill actually, but Insane gets the shutdown in hand. The family problem right there. Cory Cutie really trying to go for an engage, but he won't be doing that, and Porcupine missing out his Abyssal Arrow, although the Lord is coming in from the top lane and they do not have any inhibitor for themselves. It's gonna be a little hard, but yeah, Prime is responsible, but gonna catch it going in for the back line, and the AOD connecting perfectly, but he will be getting taken out in hand of Phase and with his first blast. And X-Master caught as well, getting caught up in the hands of Zohan. Now, this is the power of having a Zohan. He gotta go in between with his, unstoppable force and eject out, and he got his flicker to get away. So that is a full-on combo that you can use, and that is really good for the backline heroes. Like we got Porcupine, we got X-Master Squad, and then Nathan as well. So overall, family problem. He's being patient, and he's just trying his best to pick off the main damage dealer.
Oh, look at that. Another sustain onto the hands of Vaden with the blood wing, but it won't be enough. He won't be surviving that onslaught because the Fanny is so far more with the Blade of Despair on top of that. This guy, he is rich. Fanny is already rich. He's gonna be getting all the required amount of damage that he wants to go look for, and still he's gonna be going away without being punished. And on top of that, he was without approval able to secure the kill on the Vaden. One big, player with required amount of CC down, so this will be giving DNS the pressure to give out Zohan and not try to stop them into their bases and not try to take them out.
I mean, everything is just to scare them, and I feel like KABI is gonna be coming really soon and trying to edge one of them out, because look at that, he's just poking out family problem. Look at that, trying to go for Insane, but another what do you call it? Another edging coming in from Insane, but Yeah, he's just really good at the fanny, and he's just really good at baiting out all those skills as well. And I feel like Zohan, they are kind of falling for all those edging.
Yeah, they are because they have yeah, insane just seduce them out of nowhere. But oh, entropy.
Yep, then Loki fighting for as well. Family problem. The immortality gets used up. AOG onto the back line. He gets taken down by X-Master.
Oh!
Mizo gets taken down again. Win as well. Double kill in his ass. Triple kill.
Oh!
Good. Corey goes for the unstoppable with his Inferno Pursuit. Now the base is wide open for DNS to end, but the minions are pouring in, and there is absolutely no way. Insane! Look at that insane item swap coming in last minute, and that is how you end a 2-0
Victory!
What is this game, man? What is this tournament? There are so many people onto the table, like Tartarus, right? Peak, Johan, IZN, but yeah, DNS onto the bottom side, but still, they are able to get down, to get a clean sweep onto Johan. You know, Johan were the one actually taking a win onto Tartarus, onto Peak, onto IZN, right? But DNS has been losing to all those three. But now we can see DNS winning out the team that won against the team that they lost to. So this is such a cinematic kind of tournament and a league round. I would say very well played by the side of DNS here. Looking at the MVP again, it's none other than Insane onto that Fanny twice in a row, giving pressure into the early game, showing who's the boss into the early stages of this game, and not letting the other side Johanna to try to play like they usually do. And even with these 10k frontliners, they weren't able to do anything that they were supposed to do. So into the later part of this game, X marks the spot. He did farm up quite a lot, but still insane, impeccable. He's just impeccable onto these heroes.
Mm-hmm. Actually, if you look at the team fight participation, 91% in the hands of Faden and Dusty Mizo. Those two are the ones which were initiating rather than family problem. But yeah, overall, I feel like they kind of lacked someone to go after Fanny, and he there was no solid CC like suppress or any wall that could stop Insane on that
Mm.
Fanny. So he was just having his free will going around, bursting around anyone, because they're in the early phases he can literally burst out every single one of them, and he had gotten his penetration item as well. So Insane, he was really good with his itemization as well. The priority,
Mm.
giving the penetration the priority as well. So overall, it played out really well. While this time, Zohan, they were kind of focused on Prime. They
Yeah.
they actually neglected Insane on that Fanny this time. So that was quite a bit of a miscommunication in the attention that they were giving, I would say.
Yeah, that has to be it, right? Because yeah, I can't blame them actually because Prime has been performing so well onto the Harris, and they have been able to leave him alone into the lane and just try to let him farm up in peace, even just stopping to the gangs. But still, at this moment, they were actually going against a Harris and not a Harris, but a Fanny. So a Fanny against a Harris is something you do not want to play. I mean, a Harris against a Fanny is something you do not want to play, and they could have been a little bit more supportive. And I felt like Baxia did not work into the jungle this time around because even Faden wasn't able to, try to be that omnipresent like he used to be into that far side. And Dusty Mizo, he's so good onto the fighter heroes. Maybe he could have made the Martyrs work, if it was possible, because he does have the Purify as well, and won't be surprised or won't be hindered by those abyssal arrows that Pine has been shooting out. So possibly they could have a little bit changed up in the draft, but still. it kind of comes down onto the micro as well. And yeah, they were caught in a shock to where the Nathan came in, and they weren't having the answer for the Nathan too, because Nathan, you just need to have a lockdown, and who was the lockdown there? No one in Johan's side. So yeah, this has to be something that they have to look forward and be careful of. So DNS, well played. Micro factor, very phenomenal.
Yep. You know, on that family problem was kind of marking him, but like the unstoppable force was really far away to
Yeah.
catch on that Fanny. I mean, we saw him going after Fanny, but he stopped right midway because it was not enough to, you know, engage quite well, and you've got to stop your skill at some point. So yeah, it was a really well played game by DNS, going a full sweep. Talking about full sweep, actually all of the games that we had today was
Oh,
a clean sweep. All
cool.
all of the matches actually. So I would say someone with an OCD would look at it like really satisfied, because there's no other number besides a 0 and a 2. So
Yeah.
I don't know, it's really satisfying my OCD right now. So yeah, overall it was a great match.
Zero. 0-2. Yeah, just a
Yep,
big
0.
pun that I'm using. Well, anyways, this was a fun chaos and assault is what you want to go for. And if you want to see chaotic team fight, you're gonna be surely watching DNS and Zohan. And as we can see, they were brawling it out, but unfortunately for Zohan, they weren't able to drag down the game onto game 3. But fortunately for DNS, this is their clean sweep. They are gonna be moving on to their point wise, and maybe even try to be out of this danger zone. But as they were mentioned, this was a day of clean sweep. Yeah, it was clean sweep, nothing else. No best of threes, just 2-0s. So if you want to have fun and try to look forward to the next games, catch us later on to tomorrow or the day coming, because we have much more games to go, because round robin, everyone is going to be facing each other. The points are up, the tables have turned, but still, this is gonna be us ending it today right here, right now. Me and Jewo will be signing away. Thank you for tuning in, and just try to look forward for us to come back.
Hello players, are you from Northeast? If yes, we have a very exciting news for you.
Wardroom Games is hosting the North East Underdog Tournament, where the top invited teams are going to be playing against the biggest underdogs. And the best part,
Guys, it's a tournament format. Why? Because it's starting in a separate bracket and you get to fight with only the underdogs all the way to the finals.
by participating in this tournament, you have the chance to win a share of the prize pool, which is 60,000 Indian rupees. So what are you waiting for, guys? Go and register ASAP, because the slots are filling up really fast and you're gonna run out of slot if you don't register ASAP.
For registration, you can check the link in the description
of the Instagram bio of Wardroom Games. So do follow them, and yeah, see you in the tournament, and I will be casting too.